Good morning, friends. Welcome to MyFundedFutures and MyFundedTV. I am Terry Trades, and we have our amazing expert trader, Tom Sabo. Hi, Tom.
Good morning. Hello, Terry. Welcome, everybody. It's so good to be back. Good morning, chat. Hello to Abhishek and Magnus, Nate, Trevor, Aaron, everyone at MyFundedTV. And of course, W's in the chat for the best ever co-host in the galaxy, Terry Trades. Good morning. Welcome. Good to see you. We had such a great fun yesterday, right?
Oh my gosh, it was so much fun. It was so much fun that I feel like I need to drink a lot of water to regain my strength. And I had so much fun. It was almost like a hangover. It was so much fun.
Yeah.
Did you have fun?
Yeah. First, I was a little bit nervous. Like I knew what's coming, I knew it, but like we haven't done a stream with Pine Tree and Husk, and I was like, let's see how it's gonna go. I was so happy that we could do the show with them together. So anyway, it was amazing. It was super amazing.
What was your favorite part?
Favorite part the debate, this new format, I just love it. I think it's super amazing, by the way, because, the timer and this, around the horn kind of thing, this ESPN style thing is really something I love. So yeah, I'd like to do that again. So let's do it.
Me too. My favorite part was the rapid fire, and when we only had 2 minutes left, we had to go around super quick. It felt very intense. I see lots of people saying that they loved it. Stop Hit, shout out to you. I see that you liked it too. I can share the schedule though. Let's get started.
Yeah, let's get started.
Today is Thursday. You are watching Terry and Tom. At 10 o'clock, we have Pine Tree Trader. He's on the leaderboard, which yesterday he was in 14th place, you guys, in the entire world. Top trader within MyFundedFutures. It's so amazing. So he will be on at 10 o'clock. 10:30, we have SK. And 11:30, we have Husk and Methodical Man. 12:30, we have Matt Coward. At 1:30, we have Ash Trades. And that's the schedule for today.
We're going to get caboose today, everybody. I can't wait for a good segments around the clock, around the hour. Just got to stay until the end, everybody. Lots of fun, lots of value, lots of information. And of course, let's go over some charts, right? So what happened so far? Yesterday, FOMC. I hope everybody survived, by the way. I really hope. I actually broke my promise to you guys. I'm going to be super honest. I blew up 2 evaluation accounts. No funded accounts, thank God. I didn't blow up any funded, but 2 evals suffered it. Yeah, I was like, this was really interesting. Anyway, we're going to talk about that in a bit, but look at what happened here. We had quite a bit of first we had the statement itself. So we had that bit of a sweep, what we talked about, like sweeping the sell side and the buy side, and then it sent it lower. And now look at that. I just zoomed out on the 5 minute. We actually just went back to that high, which was actually the news release high. So look at that. We just took out 520. So I do remember there was a question right about that phone call that we just answered to. Like there was a question about what would happen until the rest of the week after FOMC, and we were like, there could be like buy side liquidity, sell side liquidity sweeps happening. And look at that. That's just what happened. So we took out sell side. Now we finished the move right now with the 520, took out that buy side. So if you ask me, okay, where to go next? We're going to talk about a little bit of fundamentals, but you know what? I think a bit of a ranging rest of the week. So tomorrow is, of course, a bit of a shorter trading day. Let's not forget about that. So I feel like ranging day to day and tomorrow. I'm not saying we're going to be ranging in like 50 points or something. There could be definitely more, but like maybe we're not going to be seeing those huge trends. But let's go over some charts here. This is still the 5 minute. And the only thing I could do, as usual in the London session, it's scalper's paradise. So right where you look at the midnight level, New York midnight level around 400, it's kind of like created an anchor point here for price. Asia session was definitely around there, and then the market was kind of using it as support and resistance. We were going back and forth throughout the midnight level, and finally we had the push. In terms of supply and demand zones, I didn't see anything above the 5 or 15 minute that I could go for. There is one down there. There is one down there at 309, by the way. 309, I would be looking at 309 because if this was like a proper liquidity sweep and the market turns into a bearish shift, I can imagine to go down and take that 309. This has something to do with the theory that I think we could be seeing if we are going to see that ranging market today and tomorrow. I would say a bit of a sell-off to take some liquidity from the range. There could be a good target to use that. I mean, that could be a good target to use that 309. But again, this is going to be scalper's paradise. Again, what I feel like, I did some crazy things. Like I was scalping on the 5, the 15, the 5, the 15-second chart, even the 30-second chart. So I was totally going nuts today. But it was a great winning series. We're going to talk about that too. Otherwise, levels, we can push to previous day high 584. Even if we do push higher, I would be watching or would be waiting for a potential bearish reversal inside back into the range. And as I said, my final target for the day would be the 309. But obviously I could be totally offside and we could be just pushing higher. Oh, and one more thing, I know I'm talking too much about NQ right now, but if you look at previous day high at 584, we had that swing high actually yesterday, 4 a.m. London high. So if we can get above that, then obviously there's way more to go to reprice that bearish fair value gap from Tuesday on this drop. So who knows? And of course, one more thing, and again, it all depends if we're gonna take that previous day high and we're gonna stay there. So that's the 583-ish level. And one more thing, on the hourly, way up there, I think that was some news release maybe regarding Iran or something, I don't know, we're gonna check that out. That is up there at 869, is a picture perfect textbook A++++ supply zone on the hourly. So if we stay above 583, I can imagine that the market keeps pushing back into that level. But I'm just, showing possible scenarios. I don't want you guys to have this analysis paralysis right here, but let's just keep it simple, all right? So let's just wait for the market open. We'll be reactive. But for gold, gold went. I was surprised on the drop today on gold, by the way, but we swept some lows. I can't even, I don't know. I'm going to stay on the 5 minute here. So gold dropped quite a bit. There's a 1 hour supply zone up there, by the way. That's also a textbook level. As much as I would love to trade this, I don't think I will again, but we do have some relative equal highs up there back to the midnight level. I would be keeping a bullish scenario here. Once we get above the VWAP and maybe we can back to like 43.20, 43.30-ish area, I would be looking to get back to that New York midnight level and then up higher. But until then, even if it sweeps that swing low at 42.37, I would not be doing anything. So I would not be selling it, that's for sure. I would then just wait. So it makes it easy for me. If I would trade this, maybe I will put an alert there, I don't know. But I'm going to keep a bullish sentiment, bullish bias on gold for myself. And of course, just a quick look on ES. Kind of like the same situation. We had FOMC news. We have a zone here as well from earlier. Yes. Oh, sorry, that was a release. Anyway, there are some juicy levels on ES. So let me show you guys. So up here, I would say if we can close higher. Oh, sorry, that's not the right tool. So if we can close higher than 75.68-ish, then we could be taking out those swing highs, which are practically, the first one is right here. That's a supply zone, by the way, on ES. So again, if we stay above 75.68, let's look for possible buys, or actually I would not be, but if you guys trading it, I would be definitely looking to take out that swing high at 75.90. But of course, let's focus on NQ as always, scalping on the lower time frames, living the wild life, you know, and but always use a stop loss, all right, and proper risk management. But that's all I have. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Tom.
You're welcome.
Okay, another morning of scalping, possibly.
Sorry?
Oh, I said another morning of scalping, possibly.
Oh, yes. Well, this is what we do now. This is our life, everybody. we just became scalpers. Like, as much as by the way, this not, you know, let's just say something super important. And I'm glad we're doing the scalping, because I think the market open, because our segment is right in the middle of the market open, which is amazing.
Yes.
The market open requires, because I definitely like to trade it. I never would have thought that I say this. Like, for example, 2 or 3 years ago, I was like, I'm not sure I want to ever really trade the market open. But trading the market open, I would say it definitely requires a scalping type of method. So, and the first 10 to 15 minutes at least. But you got to size down. You got to use proper risk management, okay? When the dust settles and the market tries to find its way, then obviously you can put on some positions that you can even hold for like a couple of hours. But you know, even if you want it or not, the market open requires a certain amount of scalping skills, right? That's the reality.
Yes, exactly. Fast, accurate. Pew, pew, pew.
Pew, pew. That was so cute. That was so cute. Pew,
Pew, pew, pew. I can't wait.
I need to clip that. Okay.
Excuse me, I can go over the news that came out this morning.
Yeah.
Let's see here. We did have some news. Unemployment claims came in at 226K. The forecast was 225K. And Philly Fed manufacturing index came in at 10.3. Okay. The forecast was 9.8. And that's all I see for scheduled news. Some headlines that are moving the market right now. So we have officially, the deal has been signed between Trump and Iran. And then also Intel surges 9% after Trump says company will partner with Apple on US chip design. So that's bringing all of the chip stocks, tech, major green this morning in pre-market.
That's definitely giving us a bullish momentum here. So that's kind of helping. I think then ES is definitely going to be making its way higher. Let me just look quickly again on ES. So yes, I would be focused. Yeah, if I would be trading ES, I would be focusing on that 75.90-ish level from yesterday. But that's definitely bullish. It can help NQ to get above that previous day high. Okay, we'll see what's gonna happen, but that's gonna be super interesting. I don't know. Do you think that we might see a possible surge here to go higher and higher, or I don't know? What do you think, Terry?
Yeah, it's possible. I don't know what the market will do right at the open, but I do see that Asia pushed higher. Europe pushed higher, and whenever we see that, I feel like the probability of the New York pushing higher is higher than not. And we just have all of that bullish news. It doesn't mean that we don't get like a nice pullback before we go higher. And we had FOMC yesterday. I've noticed just like anecdotally that after an FOMC day, that like the next day there can be an upward drift just because people are not so scared. now that the FOMC information has come out, people can be like, okay, everyone, let's buy again. So
yeah.
So, it'll be interesting to see what we do during New York. What do you think, Tom? Is it possible that we push higher?
Yes, absolutely possible. Because like, as I said, the news are definitely bullish. ES is definitely seeking to get the high of that supply zone. I think right now NQ is following ES. ES is going to be dominating more, it feels like. Although I'm not saying that we cannot turn into like, not really bearish, but definitely taking out that high from yesterday, that 584. And then going back to internal liquidity, so getting a little bit bearish. I'm definitely going to be eyeballing the midnight level and the 309, but maybe, you know, seeing the price is staying above that 520 on NQ kind of gives me the idea that they still want to push it up there. They want to take that 584. And is it going to happen right away at the open? Who knows? If it's happening real quick, a quick push to 584, it's ideal to look for maybe a short scalp, but we need some structure, good targets, etc. We might have to wait for like a couple of minutes to see if we stay above 584 or we're going to be, you know, immediately or instantly rejected from that level. But gotta wait. It's a waiting game, guys. So I think, I don't know, I think it was Tuesday, on Tuesday maybe, or Monday, I just jumped ahead before the market open. I would not do it right now. I would wait.
Okay, so 584, that's yesterday's high. I think if we break that, we should at least get a nice little scalp above it, hopefully.
Oh, yeah.
Especially with all of this bullish news behind us, considering the context of everything. I do see MyFundedFutures did drop a poll. How many trades do you take a day?
Ooh, let's see. We have 3+. I'm gonna be honest, because today I was scalping, guys. I mean, I never really brag about this or say anything, but I just have to say it out. In London session, so London is usually slower. London session, I took six scalp trades live on my stream, and all the 6 trades were winners. Like, what is happening? I was like, what is going on? 6 out of 6. I was like, guys, I gotta retire. This is it. That's the peak, you know. 6 out of 6. I was like, no, it's impossible. And then we continued to have some good time in your good trades. But I was like, okay, this is scalp prosperity. So I think today I took like, how much? I took at least 10 or 12 trades today already.
It's very easy to do if you're scalping, just like quick scalps. Tom, how are we doing on likes this morning?
Oh yeah, that's also super important, guys. Last few seconds to smash that like, and let me just refresh the page here real quick. And we are doing 95. Thank you, everybody. You guys are amazing. 95 likes already. 300, nearly, we're almost 380, getting closer to 400 viewers. Thank you so much for watching us. And of course, as always, if you're watching us on X or TikTok, please, pretty please, I'm begging you, Terry is begging you, everybody's begging you guys, just hop over to YouTube, smash that like, make sure to subscribe, share the stream link, by the way, everybody, share it with everybody. Let's get to that 70K. The record-breaking giveaway is coming. I'm telling you guys, we're gonna do everything to have that record-breaking giveaway at 70K, and of course, some fun like dancing, singing is at 80K, all right, so no promises. 70K dancing. Anyway, big giveaway. Make sure to smash the like and of course subscribe to the channel. Thank you so much. I'm gonna be making sure that we can hit the 200 likes before 10 a.m. all right, let's get it going.
Yes, let's get it going. We did hit it by a ton yesterday. Also, we hit it by a ton the day before. So let's do it again, you guys. Tom, I heard you say no promises for singing in the future.
No,
What?
I mean, no. That's whole.
Wait.
I told you guys, I'm gonna be dancing at 70K. 80K is gonna be the singing. Now, we are still debating with Methodical Man. Like, he wants to do the dance in a speedo at 100K. I told him, like, dude, maybe, you know, but I'm gonna do something special at 100K. We're gonna be definitely getting you guys some extraordinary, you know, maybe giveaway shower and party and everything. We gotta hit that 100K, guys, really soon. So we gotta get going. Let's do it.
Let's do it. I saw Leo said that when we hit 100K that he'll do an ultra marathon. I was like,
well,
wow.
I heard that, by the way. I heard him saying that. That is, wow. So Leo, well, you know, that's a team effort, you know, guys. This is what we want you to do. Everybody goes on a marathon, all right?
Yes, exactly. And Pine Tree Trader said, I'll cheer you on from the sidelines.
You see?
And I'll be drinking a beverage.
Pine tree. I'm not sure I want to imagine, but it will be great.
It will
It
be
will be
great.
true.
We are so close to 66,000. We're at 65.9K subscribers. Make sure you smash that like button if you haven't already and hit subscribe. Turn on your notifications too. My Funded Futures every other week. We do drop a long form content, really great information about trading psychology. Before we get started here with the market will open in about 9 minutes. I can share our current promos.
Yes, Terry, please, because I've blown up one of my Rapid accounts. I want to know how we're doing. I want to buy another one. What's happening? Oh, Builder Plan is on sale, of course.
50% off. 50% off. This is our plan that you can pass in one day and get payouts potentially every 2 days. And it's end of day drawdown in the eval and in sim funded. This plan is great for beginners. Also, if you just want a simple plan where you can knock out payouts quickly, the builder plan is for you. So everyone gets one use of the 50% off using the best code YouTube. And then also it's 40% off, unlimited after that. This is a great plan, a great promo too. We just launched this yesterday. Yes.
Yeah, it's quite fresh, so make sure to take an advantage of it. And of course, I guess we have a sale on everything, right? How we're doing with the Rapid? I think we have everything on sale, right?
Yes, we have sales. I love a good sale.
Yeah, me too. Guys, well, you gotta make sure whatever you do. I only Terry, she's super awesome. She can do multitasking. She knows all the information. I know, you do. Because she knows everything. And I'm just simplifying everything. Whatever you do, I just go to the checkout page. I type in YouTube just to make sure I get the highest percentage of discount possible. So make sure to do that. The thing is, if you use the code YouTube, that helps the channel a lot, by the way. That helps us to get better, stronger, more beautiful, more, I'm going to say sexier, but more smile, and, and, just the positive vibes. All right. So whatever you do, there's always a sale at MyFundedFutures, and the code YouTube is going to give you the best discount. All right. Always remember that.
Yes, absolutely. So we have the Rapid plan, all of them 20% off. We have the Flex plan, 20% off, the 25K plan, 20% off the 50K plan, the Pro plan. Who is new here? Type in 1 if you're new with MyFundedFutures.
Oh, yeah. Guys, if some of you are totally new or haven't registered yet at MyFundedFutures, you guys have a huge advantage because there is a welcome bonus on the Pro accounts for sure, I think. I'm not sure if other accounts have the welcome bonus, but the Pro account, guys, 50% off, one-time welcome bonus. Take an advantage of it. That's basically almost for free. Take it.
Yes, off of the Pros, we rarely ever see 50% off of the Pro accounts. So if you're new to MyFundedFutures, use code YouTube to receive that discount off any size. I would suggest doing the 150K because they rarely go on sale at 50% off. And then all of the Pro plans are 30% off for everyone. And then the Builder plan, we did discuss that. So those are all of the current promos.
Oh yeah, thank you so much, Terry. It's just good to go over the numbers, everybody, because we got to stay on the top of the game just to know how we can, spend, how we can, plan our budget basically for the whole month. But I'm telling you again, if you're brand new, take advantage of the Pro plan. It's a really good price. It could be, the 150K, the 150K account for 50% is basically a bargain because it's such a, you have so many advantages with that account. So lots of freedom. Of course, every account is great. It depends on your trading strategy or style. It's pretty much a subjective thing, but that's why MyFundedFutures is so good because we have all types of different accounts for your style, actually. So look at that. We're pushing up to 584, everybody.
Already? Dang it.
I
wanted to put it in a buy stop order. Okay, it's not too late. Shoot, I gotta be fast. We're pushing. We're pushing. Oh, dang it. We took it out.
Oh, yeah, we already took it out. This is when Terry goes on tilt, live on stream. But yeah, it happens. It happens. And, I don't know. Like, Terry, how are we going to deal with this situation right now?
I am going to listen to Tom's calming voice.
Yeah, everybody just
Deep
sit
breath,
back
deep
and
breath.
relax, deep breath. We still have like a couple of minutes something. It has some advantage that we actually took this level out before the market opened,
Okay.
because if the first couple of minutes are not going to be able to push it too much higher and we can get that rejection, we can actually look for those juicy shorts there. Like if I obviously, if you guys are checking the 1 minute chart, well, there are some levels. There are some scalping levels that we can go for. And the plan is, by the way, let's wait for the first
Wow.
couple of minutes, maybe. Yeah.
Tom, look at this. The high now is 619. So we blew past yesterday's high. That plan would have worked out so perfect. But there you go. I didn't have my buy stop ready to go. I should have.
My gosh. Oh my gosh, the FOMO, right? The FOMO.
Yeah. It's okay though. It's just another trade. Those types of trades show up all the time. So
yeah, we always dealing with the FOMO. But I would feel like, one way to adapt yourself to the FOMO is just accepting the fact that there's always going to be FOMO, no matter what you do, no matter how you try to, avoid things or like get into. FOMO is always going to be there, so there's nothing to do about it. And once you accept it, there's going to be no more missing trades. That's it.
But what happens if you don't accept it?
Well, if you don't accept it, you can always buy a new eval. But yeah. But
using code YouTube.
Using code YouTube. But yeah, obviously, it is going to take time for everybody. And if you ask me how much time, it's different for everyone. For me, it's like, oh my gosh, I told you guys many times. For me, it took 2 years and 7 months to take my first ever prop firm payout. And that was like, oh my gosh, 2 years and 7 months. Trust me, I know the pain and the struggle, how it goes.
Yes.
Yeah.
But now look at you. You're printing payouts. You're sharing your knowledge with the world.
I feel like in day trading, there's always and that's the good thing, by the way. In day trading, there's always the next level where you can go to. Even if you're making $100,000 every day, I guess there's always the next level where you might want to go. But of course, as I say it many times, you got to respect the small profits too. If you can, quote unquote, only make only $50, $100, $20 on average at every dollar. So yeah, $20 every day per average. I would say that's really good. That imagine that money. How could that help to your life? I know that for many people that would be really helpful. Just $20 a day on average.
Yes, and we can scale it. So we can have up to 5 accounts of the rapid accounts, up to 5 of the pro accounts in SimFunded, 3 of the flex accounts in SimFunded, 1 builder in SimFunded, and then we can do a mix. And so if we scale it, like let's say $100 in each account, that's potentially $500. Just to put things into perspective.
Oh yeah, that's how, I just love the way you manage it, and it's just small positions, and it's as it's adding together, it could be life changing, really.
Yes.
So
I think a trick is to be able to do it consistently, because I can be really great with that for a while, and then all it takes is one really bad day, and then I'm it's cooked. So yeah, it's such a key part. Oh, here we go. Good luck, everyone.
Ooh, bit of a drop. Okay, let's see. Good luck, everybody. Yes, we're repricing a 1 minute gap here. Okay, all right. Deep breath, everybody. No sudden moves. Just wait. Let's see what's going on. Oh my gosh. It's happening. It's really happening. Okay, pushing higher. Wow.
Higher.
Wow. Okay. We're staying above that 584. Let's see if we can, are we going to stay here for the next couple of minutes or not? Let me switch to the 5 minute here. As I said, there's an absolute, there's an absolute textbook level up there. That's a 1 hour zone. Actually, I need to get the exact level of the number. Let me just give you guys the number. Wow. There's nothing yet. Don't worry, guys. There's nothing. We're not missing anything yet. Okay, back below 584. Okay,
so this is very interesting. Pre-market high was 619.75, and then so far New York high is 615.55. 0.50. It rejected that high immediately, pulling back. Maybe we can get a nice pullback and
getting the
then go
scalp here
higher.
down to 5.49. I'm in a scalp trade in a short.
Let's go.
Let's see. It's a little bit dangerous, to be honest. Can I get it? There's a zone down there.
Go, go, go.
Let's go.
Woo!
All right. Made it. Bit of a scalp
W's
trade
for
there.
Tom.
Whew, that was scary, to be honest.
Oh, good.
That was scary. Pew, pew.
You're such a good scalper. I'm telling you, you're such a good scalper.
I'm just
So
lucky,
good.
so I'm gonna buy a lottery ticket today because it seems like really something's happening. So the thing is, if you ask me why did you take that trade, Tom? Yeah, you're right. The question is a good question. I can show you guys real quick. This is. Don't blame me for it. This is a 15-second chart. Yes, it's a 15-second chart. So on the 15-second chart, right after the open, I mean, there's a zone right there. So as we saw that rejection up there, I just took the trade here and boom, it just went down. Anyway, it comes more than to this, but anyway, it was the reason. That was the main reason. But now that we're back below 584, let's wait a little bit more. Let's wait because yeah, anything can happen.
Okay, I would love to see a bigger pullback and then, like, you know, this pattern, and then squeeze out all the shorts and go higher.
Well,
I would love
let's
to see that
it.
pattern. I don't know when we'll see the bottom of that cup, if we get it. That's one of my favorite patterns with like a bullish context behind it.
So is this a cup and handle or something, or?
I don't know if it's a cup and handle. I've heard people refer to it as like the ABCD pattern. Yeah.
Okay, that's cool. I like it.
It's basically a breakout trade, right? So it's like you have a high trade, and then you have a pullback, and then it goes and takes out that previous high and goes higher. So yeah, I'm sure you guys have seen that pattern many, many times.
Yes, I've seen it, but I guess it takes some time for the brain and for the memory and for the routine, for the reflex to just, you open the chart and boom, you're seeing it like, oh, it's there. But by the way, this is how it goes with every strategy. By the way, it could be, as I said, just a trend line thing. It could be a specific price pattern like inside bars, or it could be engulfing candles or whatever. There's lots of formations. You open up the chart, and this is mostly for row charts, and like there's not much indicators on there, but you just open it up and you see it like, okay, this is it. This is what I was looking for, and that's where that extra chart time experience and intuition comes into place when you don't really think, just do. Like, I'm seeing it, boom, let's go. There's an old saying which I really like trade what you see, not what you think, and it's kind of crazy, but if you think about it.
Yeah, that can be very challenging. Yeah. I see here that this first 5-minute candle did take out that previous 5-minute candle in pre-market. I think I will take the 5-minute or break. This candle will close in about 30 seconds here, less than 30 seconds. Ooh,
okay.
I have to be fast. Okay, wow, it keeps pushing lower. It looks like it's trying to go back towards the VWAP potentially.
Guys, I'm jumping into another cell. I'm chasing it right now. I'm chasing it with 4 micros.
I got it.
You got it?
I got it.
Out?
Yeah.
You out?
I'm already out. I went in out.
Too.
Hey!
Oh my gosh. How much I made this 2 trade? These 2 trades made me $235 with 4 micros each. That was cool. I mean, I'm glad to walk away with $235 any day, right?
Yeah.
That's good.
Okay, so the 5-minute order people are tagged in on the sell side officially here.
All right.
Lots of inventory. Okay, so the VWAP. What is the price for the VWAP?
By the way, for you guys who might be asking, because let me just explain to you guys. It's I mean definitely you guys deserve it. Like, until we're waiting.
Serious.
No. Just just to give you the reason I took that trade again is because I saw that on the 15-second chart again, and I know I got some heat like, oh sorry, like, hey Tom, but are you trading the 15-second chart again? The answer is yes, and let me show you. The zone was right here, so there was a zone again as it was dropping lower. All I did is like, actually I was too late, but the zone was at 9:10, so 9 a.m. 10 minutes, 15-second, yeah, and 30-second right there. So that was the zone, and as it was dropping, I was actually a little bit late. I should have entered on the close somewhere around the 520s, but anyway, it was a good drop down there. Sorry for interrupting. I just like, this is part of scalping. We're going down.
No, I think that's so helpful, Tom, to see the zones and to have you explain things to us more. Very helpful.
Well, it's just happening. Everything is happening so fast, right? And but what is happening right now?
Okay, we are so close to VWAP.
We are so close to VWAP.
About 422. Have we?
Oh my gosh! I just missed the trade, Terry. I just missed the trade.
A short?
Yes. Yeah. I this happens to me. Maybe I'm getting older because this happening to me too much these days. I just missed a 5-minute demand zone right here at 8 a.m. That was these two bearish candles on the 5-minute. How could I miss that, by the way? Let me show you guys what I'm thinking. Let me get this off and let me get this off. So there was a zone here and I missed that. I missed this zone at my analysis earlier. How could I miss it? Anyway, the zone was starting at 423. That's an absolutely picture perfect 5-minute demand zone, and you can use it as a good target. But like if I switch to the 1 minute, well, maybe not so much. So on the 1 minute, the problem with the 1 minute entry in this case, although the zone is down there at 423, but usually I'd like to see some sort of a bounce, in this case bounce or pullback. So I like to see a candle repricing, for example, a fair value gap along the way as we're dropping lower. This didn't happen. This drop was so sharp, it was 170-ish points, that we did not have that. Maybe I could have gone in, not even on the 15-second chart, guys, not even on the 15-second chart. Maybe on the 5-second chart. So okay, not a big FOMO then, but there was almost no chance to enter to this trade somewhere above the 500s. But anyway, that is what it is. We'll move on.
Yes, we move on. Exactly. Next,
eyeballing with that magical level 309. It really has some magic down there. So if we can close below 400, oh, then I would be looking for 309, everybody. I love that level. What makes it special is that it formed, actually, I'm going to switch to the 1 minute and show you guys, is that formed actually right before the London session. It was still technically in the Asia session, but there was a very strong push. So I'm going to zoom in, and this happened. When did it happen? 43 minutes after midnight New York, so Eastern Standard Time, 43 minutes, sorry, 43, 44, 043, 4, and 5 here. And so these bearish candles actually started the move up there, and the move was very strong. So this was, as you can see, all these green candles, it was most likely some algorithmical push here, which actually gets me even stronger conviction that there could be some leftovers or some stops below this level down there. So that's why I really like that 309. Now obviously we're still a bit far from there. Let me just get back here, and we're just repricing right now. And this is what I'm saying. If we could close below 400, then I would be looking for sells to get to that zone. We'll see.
We shall see. Okay.
Yeah.
We are just hovering around VWAP, right above VWAP right here. I wonder if we can get a strong close below VWAP.
I hope so, to be honest. I really hope so. I hope that we can get it. Are you looking for a breakout here?
Yes, I am waiting for the 15-minute orb to close, and then I think I will take the break of that.
Okay. So everybody, I really want to see there's an 8 a.m. swing low somewhere just below 400, 397. So I want to see round numbers, everybody. I want to see price stay below 400. I know so far it's not like that. And I'm not saying that we should be selling it right here. This is not ideal to sell it, in my opinion, right now, because we can easily just reprice higher to the 500s, okay?
Just bounce so quickly.
Yeah. So
we've seen it so many times.
Too many times. Yeah.
And the opposite too, where it'll just keep selling off. I feel like such a challenge with day trading is you have to be ready to accept whatever it is the charts tell us, like whatever information the markets are giving us, we have to accept it. Okay, so crude oil I saw this morning was down by a ton. Yes, it is down by over 3.5%. It's trading in about $73.30-ish per barrel. So that's very bullish for indexes.
Ooh, oh yeah, crude is dropping. Wow. Actually, I'm just trying to realize that we're trading below 80 since a while now, and I have to go out to the daily chart here on crude. Wow, look at that. Okay,
wow.
Okay. So that means I can fill up my car cheaper. Cool.
Yes.
Let's go.
Let's go.
There's a gap, by the way, down there at 60. We might see that. That's from early March this year. Okay, that would be cool. Let's get back to the 60s. There's a nice, that's a new week opening gap down there at 60. All right, I like that. Let's get cheaper gas prices, right?
I like it. Okay, so this is a perfect example on the 5-minute chart. If you look at Tom's chart there on the 5-minute chart, if you try and front run the like, let's say you're thinking, okay, I'm going to take the 15-minute orb break, and you front run it because it looks like, oh, the market is so strong, it's just selling off, it's going to just go straight through it. But look, like we still haven't had a break yet for the 15-minute orb, and the low, so the low of this candle is 410. The candle before that is 408. So it's not broken yet, the 15-minute orb, and you'd be taking some serious heat. I just want to point this out to everyone if you trade any orb breaks, because I felt that heat. where you try and front run it thinking, oh, I'm so smart, like the market is trying to go there real quick, and then you're hanging onto a bag, right? Oh, it's time.
Yeah, this is the time. I don't know how many dishes you had to buy, since I'm always telling you to drop everything in the kitchen. But now you just go to the computer, go to the chat. Some of you guys are just listening to us, which is great. But now you got to log into the chat and fill out the form to win the giveaway, right? Be quick.
Yes. Let's go. Everyone, get your name on that form for a chance to win a free account from MyFundedFutures. Good luck. And you do have to be present if your name is called in chat. And you do have to tag MyFundedFutures prop firm to receive your account. Otherwise, they will do a reroll.
Oh, yeah. Everybody wants a reroll. We know it. But gotta be here. Make sure to be here and you will get it. And by the way, for those of you, I know the so-called, well, they call it many ways, but some of you call it unicorn model, bearish breaker, or whatever. I'm kind of seeing that situation here on the 5-minute. Maybe I'm wrong. I see a lower low, higher high, where actually we closed lower. So if this is a bearish breaker or a unicorn model, then we can also expect retrace, in this case pullback.
I got it.
Sorry, yeah, what happened?
I had a sell stop order waiting for that 15-minute break, and
did you hit the TP?
Yeah, but I guess I
the TP
front ran it. Yes.
Oh my gosh, everybody! Terry is the best. I know it. You guys know it. Terry is the best. Congratulations.
No, Tom, you're the best.
No, I'm not. You're the best. Okay, let's debate. You're the best.
You're the best.
You're the best.
I'll tell you why.
Okay. No, I'm telling you, you're the best. No,
I'll tell you why, because you're so good at scalping,
no.
and you show us your zones, and you're the best at the market analysis. Every single morning I'm listening, and then your voice is so soothing. You're the best.
No, you're the best. No, I mean, you definitely look better than me. That's a huge advantage. The other thing, guys, she's so kind. She's smiling always, lots of positive energy. Like, one of many reasons why you guys always need to be here with us at MyFundedTV, of course. Yeah. And just to finish up that thought earlier, like Terry, she's just, I can imagine, I keep doing my thing. I'm talking about the chart, and Terry, she's locked in on the chart, and that's what she did. She just took that trade and she just nailed that TP there, and it was beautiful. And you know what? Yeah, I forgot. Anyway, the thing, yeah, I know. Okay. Anyway, the thing is, just to finish off that bearish breaker thought, that we have this down close here, and if you put a FIB tool there, 50% ratio is somewhere around 504, which is perfectly lining up with the fair value gap here. So I'm not trading this entry model, but I know it's very popular. You guys like it. I think Ash would be the one who can confirm this trade or not. But as soon as we get back into that 5-minute fair value gap, it could be, I'm not saying it will, it could be a potential short opportunity with a quite good risk to reward ratio. If I would be taking this trade, and I'm not taking it, but if I would be taking it, I would be targeting that beautiful level down there. I speak like Trump. Big beautiful level down there. We like that, so we want to target that level. Beautiful, and that's how I would do it. It's a 1 to 2 risk to reward ratio, right? Anyway, it looks good. Good luck, everybody. I'm still waiting for this one to break below 400.
Big beautiful.
Big beautiful. Yeah. So anyway, let's hope we get some entry. I'm thinking of what we should do once we get back into that fair value gap. Are you looking for another breakout trade here on the 5-minute, maybe?
I think I'm going to wait. I think the next trade I take, I want it to be really, really good. I would love to see that pattern that I shared earlier. I don't know if we'll get it. It could be sell the news type of day. It's possible. So yeah, I'm going to wait. I want something super juicy. Yes. What do you think, Tom? Wait.
I want to jump into a scalp here, so I just jumped into a scalp. Another short. A short. I jumped into a short. And let's hit that TP. Come on, hey, let's go. TP hit. All right.
Tom is on fire.
I'm on fire. $393 today on this account. Wow. That's enough for me to buy new rubber for the car. That's cool. All right. Let's go.
Let's go. W's for Tom.
All right, that was a cool. Okay,
I'm
three out of 3.
You're such a good scalper.
I am not a good scalper.
You are.
I'm just lucky. I need to.
Tom, you
no,
are such a good scalper at the Open, New York Open with us.
I need to buy. No, I need to buy a lottery ticket. That's what I need to do today. And if I win, what should I do if I win the lottery?
Fly me to Hungary. First class.
Sending a private jet for Terry and for the whole MyFundedTV crew. I'm flying you guys in here. How about that?
I love that. And then do a money giveaway to all of our traders.
Yes, we're gonna rent a limo and we're gonna just throw out money on the roof. That's what we're gonna. Yeah, it's gonna be amazing.
Not on a windy day though.
Oh, definitely on a windy day. Oh, you gotta do it on a windy day. Like, you will see those people like, oh, money. Everybody's gonna be running. That's gonna be cool. Like, yeah.
So it looks like this candle, this 5-minute candle, will be potentially the first 5-minute candle to close green.
Maybe
during New York.
Oh, by the way, I need again for just a brief explanation, because we're having this day, because it's a day like that. You might be asking like, hey Tom, why did you took that trade? I know that's what you guys are thinking. So Tom, why did you take that? Okay, here's why. There was, what do you know? There was actually, sorry, let me put, this is the, okay, now you guys will think I totally lost it. That's what you guys are going to be thinking if I tell you what's happening. I took this trade on the 5-second chart. Yes, I took it on the 5-second chart.
This is your secret. Your secret sauce.
I know I'm crazy. And this is the zone right here on the 5-second. I saw that it was rejecting, and then I saw that drop right here. Anyway, that's where I entered on the pullback here around 50, and boom, so it took like, I don't know, 20 seconds, and this was exactly it. where I entered. So it was a 5-second chart trade, and I know I just lost it. But I mean, not my mind. I lost my mind to do that, but I just did it anyway.
It's working for you.
It worked out. But again, just another thing about the zones.
Yes. This is looking juicy, like it's setting up potentially for that pattern that we discussed. So
yes,
hopefully as the morning continues, we will see it go higher. Yeah, that would be good to see, but we'll be waiting. People are getting squeezed. The shorts are covering right now.
Yeah, so right now, if you guys are trading that unicorn setup on the 5-minute, this is like an ideal entry to go short if your bias is short. If your context is kind of confirming that plan, then obviously go for it. But sorry, that's not an advice. Only if this is exactly what you're looking for. Otherwise, by the way, I'm still gonna remain bearish.
You are?
For now. Yeah, but only for now. You guys all know it that you know, my bias is shifting all around the place many times. If we get above, let's just say, so we have the gap at 540. If we get some up close candles above 550 or higher, then maybe I would be shifting bullish. Until then, especially if we stay inside this 5-minute gap, I'm gonna stay bearish. Are you in a trade, Terry? What's happening?
No, I'm watching. You can see like shorts getting squeezed right now.
Yeah, shorts are getting squeezed for sure. And I know there could be some stops, at least I don't know, but I suppose there are some stops above the 550s and 70s or higher who are getting sweaty right now. So I would be sweating for sure if I would be holding a short. But, you know, if we can stay below the 500, and that's why the round numbers are exciting at these levels. If we can stay below 500, then there's still a good potential. Whatever happens here in the AM session, I would be keeping that 309 level, you know, marked up. Maybe not for this AM session, maybe for PM session, maybe for the Asia session. But I'm just interested what's going to happen. Is it going to go down? I feel like there's some unfinished business down there. I don't know. It may be my intuition only, but let's wait for it.
Okay. We're so close to our likes. Our 200 target.
Yeah. Let's see it. How are we doing, everybody? I need to refresh because I don't know why mine is not refreshing with the likes. Let me just do it. Okay, we are at 177. Thank you so much, everybody. 177, 23 more to go. Easy, super easy, especially if you're watching us on X or TikTok. Very easy. Just hop over to YouTube, smash it, subscribe. Make sure that we're basically just slightly away from 66K subs. So 70K is definitely on the horizons. Please smash the likes. We still have a couple of minutes. Let's get to 200. Let's do it.
Let's do it. We can do it. 7 minutes.
Yeah, we can definitely do it. And of course, just a quick, let's see it. Just a quick. I'm just checking. I'm checking the 5-second time frame again. Okay, there's the target. No, I'm not gonna take that. Okay, okay. No, I'm not saying anything, guys. I do see a target on the 5-second. I'm not gonna jump in. No, I'm not. It's too juicy, but let's wait for it. We repriced the fair value gap. We repriced it, and this is why it's a coin toss right now. So,
wait. I don't like the sound of a coin toss.
Hell, depends, you know. But, yeah.
Depends.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, well, it seems like we're getting below. Yeah, we're already below 500. It was moving really fast. So below 500. On the 1 minute, I switched to the 1 minute now on this big chart. Oh, what a drop.
Ooh,
okay.
Look at that.
It's something is going on. Okay.
It rejected that zone on your chart so nicely.
Yeah.
Is that a zone?
Yes. Fair. No, it's not. No, sorry. This was a fair value gap.
Okay.
But sorry. Yeah. So I misunderstood you. The zone down here, the 423, that was a good. I don't know if that's what you mean. The fair value gap was rejected for sure. Yeah, that was rejected. And right now, by the way, this zone at 423 is not valid anymore. It's been when the low end of a demand zone or the high end of a supply zone has been taken out, that is not valid anymore. So this is not playing anymore, that level. And right now, I just want to see if we can get below the 400 finally. So
Whoa, it did reject it. Okay. I'm glad I'm flat. It's
yeah,
sometimes it's better to be an observer and just wait for your levels.
I jumped into a short again. But this time I might gonna be only taking it with actually I'm gonna I wanted to take, because it's 4 micros, it's a little bit too much for me right now. Yeah, this is what I was afraid of. Okay, no problem. I'm gonna take off 2 micros. All right, 2 micros taken off, and let's wait for it. So I took a small little loss there with 2 micros. I still have 2 micros on. I oversized the position a little bit, not a big deal. And I'm going to be seeing, actually, it's not even an A plus level down there. But let's see if it wants to go. If not, that's fine too. I'm still in the green, still in the profits with this. I'd like to see 400. Where's my TP? 411.
Woo!
Okay.
It's working.
So far, so good. But honestly, this is not such an A plus trade as the earlier ones. That's why I peeled off 2 micros out the 4. But it's fine. It's no problem. Let's see. I'm locked in on the chart completely. I would love to see.
Everyone, make sure you smash that like button. We're only 12 away from hitting 200 likes. Smash it if you like Tom's trade and watching Tom sweat.
I sweat. I stink too, but that's fine. I have everything what I need. Old Spice right here next to me. So anyway.
Oh, it's looking good, Tom.
Yeah, 411.50 is my TP. Can we get it? Can we get it? Can we do it? Oh no, NQ. NQ, this is not what we talk about. I mean earlier. Come on, NQ. Let's show the world that you love the zones. Right? Of course. Let's drop it just a little bit.
Oh, it really wants to go there. It looks
2
so
micros
good.
can actually make you sweat. That's true. All right, let's go a little bit lower, NQ. Let's get lower.
9 more likes. We're almost there. Let's go. 3 minutes.
Oh my gosh, let's go. 11.50 NQ.
Watch Tom sweat some more.
It's not getting it.
It's almost there. Get it.
Oh, come on. Come on, NQ. This is going to be like...
What's your TP at, Tom?
11.50.
11.50? Okay.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh my gosh, NQ is trolling me. It's official, guys. NQ is trolling me right now just for the show.
Oh my gosh, the full-size contract hit 411.
Yeah.
Here we go. It's almost there.
Come on.
Yay!
Yay! That's 4 out of 4, everybody. Okay, I'm officially buying a ticket at the lottery.
Let's go. W's for Tom.
Okay, I need to take a shower after this.
We love it. That was so fun to watch. I see that. Yay! And we hit 205 likes.
That's what we like, everybody. Let's get those likes rolling. Let's get the money printing. Let's get the vibes to the top. I love trading. I need to say something like SK says it perfectly. Like, I love this game, everybody. I love this game. I really love it. I do love this game.
Me too. Even when it's super difficult and even when it's so frustrating, we want to pull our hair out. It is the best game on earth. The best business. We can do it from anywhere.
We can do it from with a cheap laptop, with a McDonald's Wi-Fi. You can do it. That's it.
Yes. Tom, last minute thoughts before we head out for the day?
Well, thank you, everybody. The vibes are super amazing. It was such a great session. You guys are amazing, everybody. I think we have the best community here, best of the best trading community. So thank you all. We'll be back tomorrow, right, Terry?
Yes, we will be back, Tom and I. Thank you, everyone, for joining us this morning in trading, education, and lots of fun. Please welcome Pine Tree Trader. Bye, guys.
Bye, everyone.
Yo, good morning. What's up, everyone? Pine Tree's in the chat. Trevor, what's going on? Abhishek, what's happening? Jan, good morning. Good morning. How's everyone doing? What's up, Ann? Deku? Mahmood in the house? Mango? Keegan? Barbie? Apple? Rod? Bread? Ezra? Claudio? ES Futures? ASD? Fernando? Good morning. Good morning. MMNQ? DJ Day Trader? Ian? Rube, what's going on? Digital Nukes, Adam Daz in the house. What's going on? Good morning. Genius, Wafa, Muhammad, Adam Daz, Retro. Okay, guys, what is going on? So everyone's wondering, did I blow my MyFundedFutures Pro account? Yeah, I know you're all wondering. Has he blown it yet? No, I have not. $76,329, $26,229 of drawdown left, up $1,201 today. So yesterday I was sitting right around the 14th place on the leaderboard on MyFundedFutures. Made a little bit of more money, so we'll see. We'll see where we're at. But here's the game plan today. Let's sling some more contracts. Let's see if we can build up this account even more. So let's go. Let's go. What's up, Moshin? Rufio in the house. What's going on, Rufio? Good to see you. Hope everyone's having a good day. I thought this morning's pretty choppy. This is a pretty choppy some action right now. The 2 minute kind of got caught off guard on a few accounts on this little chop here. Still alive, but yeah, ended up giving back some profits on this little mess right here. So I think when it's really choppy like this, what I really got to do is just stay patient and wait for the 5 minute chart to develop into some outside or inside bars. Currently, we have 0 inside or outsides. We've had 2 harami candles and just heading right back to that 30,500. So don't diddle in the middle is the saying. That's what they say. But I tend to do that a lot. Whatever it is, just look for little scalps. How's everyone else doing this morning? Thank you, ES Futures Lab. Yeah, pretty amazing, right? D Hall, what's up, D? Pine, guess what? I'm over the buffer on the builder account. I won. Oh, that's awesome. Won from a TikTok giveaway. Awesome. Congratulations. Over the buffer on the builder. And work on getting those payouts every 48 hours. And the builder is on sale currently. So make sure you use code YouTube for that. Pretty good account. I ended up getting a payout with the builder plan. What was it, about a week and a half ago? I think it was. So end of day drawdown, which is what we like. We're getting that push up here. Davey D in the house. What's going on? Doing great this morning. I passed the MyFundedFutures Rapid account that I won. Let's go. Everyone's passing and getting payouts on free accounts that they've won. So that is the best, right? So you have zero investment, you win an account, and then you take the pay, and then you get a payout, or at least pass the account, working on getting those payouts. So absolutely amazing on that. All right, getting pushed back up here, 30,500. Now we're just gonna so we filled this gap, this little fair value gap here. We're at that 542. So we're just going to put in a little bit of a range here and just chop this range for the day. Is this going to be a true inside day? That is the question. I mean, we're up 500 points on NASDAQ. Overall, we're bullish, right? I mean, look at the daily chart. Just overall, the market itself just seems very, very bullish. But doesn't mean we won't take some shorts. So just waiting here, wait to see what we get. Gonna trade some probably about 5 micros, I think, to try to build upon this. And if I do hop in a trade, I will let you guys know. But yeah, just choppy right now. Very, very choppy. How's everyone doing this morning? You guys made any money? Pine been on a heater the last few weeks? I really have been. Yeah, I've been trading very well. Can't complain. Just in the whole mindset of this account basically is starting off, having a really good day to start, and then building upon it as throughout the day. So you can actually see, we'll take a look here while we're waiting for a setup. Let's take a look at the stats. Everyone likes to see stats. Actually, I'm going to go to this month. And let's see if we can see it here. We'll go this month. We'll click on the stats. And we'll see if that fires up there. Congrats. We got some winners in the house. Congratulations. Da, 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 da. I don't know what the heck's going on. It's frozen. It happens every time. Oh, as soon as I clicked it off, I was like clicking off your trade, and then as soon as you do it, it goes in your direction. Literally, as soon as I went to click the X button, I'm like, this is frozen. It's just being real slow, I guess. And then it popped back up. So we'll just be a little more patient here. Labarto in the house. What's going on? Jeannie's looking for an account. Hey, Prash. What's going on? Hope you're doing well. Wow. Maybe it is just slow. Oh, well. I'll pull it up on something else. All right, pushing higher here off this Harami candle. I'm waiting for an outside bar. That's what I'd like to see, an outside, inside type play. That's what I really want, especially on the 5-minute, but we still got time. A lot of times the best trading is just sitting on your hands, right? Let's take a look at, I'll pull up the MyFundedFutures website. This is a little more faster. Okay, we'll pull this up here. All right, here's this account right here, 26,000, and you can see. All right, here's my best trade, $5,557. That was probably one of the very first trades I took on the stream, not on the stream, on the account itself. The worst trade is 6,203. So definitely need to work on that. My average win, 866. My average loss, 1756. So negative R&R here, 74% win rate, almost 75% win rate. And let's see, amazingly, the trade duration 1 to 2 minutes, which is pretty rare for me. But what I've been trying to do is hold on to those winning trades as long as possible. So, and then you can see right here, this is an interesting statistic. So if I'm holding a trade more than 5 minutes, basically between 5 and 30 minutes, it's losing. It's a loser. It's a losing proposition. I'm holding on to losers too long. That's what I'm doing. So very interesting there. So that's an interesting statistic. But my win rate, and yeah, actually you can see right here, this is pretty sweet. MyFundedFutures dashboard here. This shows a lot. So you can see 50% of my, so I'm at a 50% win rate when I hold trades longer than 5 minutes. Very, very, very good. That's actually, I'm going to note that in my brain. And then if I'm holding trades 1 to 2 minutes, I'm at a 95% win rate. And then it starts to slip. So anything that longer than that, it starts to slip. So that's actually a really good statistic there. But yeah, so I'm just trying to hold this. You can see my calendar here. I'm just trying to hold this for a few more days. Let's see how many days I've traded it. So I'm currently at 9 days. So got a few more days to go. to be eligible for a payout. And currently I'm eligible for a $23,000 payout right now. Is that correct? Yeah, that's what I'm currently eligible for a $23,000 payout. So, all right, let's get back to the charts. That's enough. That's really good information to know. I like that information. I'm gonna take a short here. Might be just a little scalp off this Harami. See if we get a little push down. Maybe look for 10, 15 points. Although the market seems very, very bullish, but we're just looking for a scalp off this 2-minute Harami. Max pain is going to be at 93. I do have some room to trade this account. That's max pain. Look for that little push down, just for a scalp. You know what? This will, if this ends up losing, I was gonna say if that candle pushed back up, then that would be a nice little reversal on an outside bar, which is my favorite setup on a 2-minute. See if we get a little push down. Just looking for that 30s maybe, kind of backfill this little gap, which we practically did. Five-minute looking bullish though. All right, back to, well, almost break even there. So 5 micros. Possible inside bar on the 5-minute chart as well. So if you can break down below that, looking very bull flaggish, to be honest with you. Yeah, popping right back up. I don't know if I like this. Got an inside bar possibly forming on the 5-minute chart, and that would be the first 5-minute inside bar of the session, which would be a nice one to take. So the nice thing is when you're up on the account, you're able to push it. And I was talking about that earlier, where oftentimes you guys know I like to take my little base hits. There you go, a little negative R&R trade there, and then we put in another outside bar candle. It's a little 10 points there. But it's nice to push an account a little bit, where you're working with so much drawdown. And so when you first start the account, whether it's on a funded account or whatever, and you have end of day drawdown, I'm gonna take a short here. There's another 15 points there. There's 20 points. I'll take that off. Just kind of scalping around off these outside bar breaks and this Harami breaks. So what I like to look at the 2-minute chart lately, especially during New York, is looking at these Haramis for little scalps too. They've been working really well. You know, the funny thing is I always preach inside bars. I actually don't trade inside bars on a 2-minute. So that's the weird thing, right? Is I always say inside bars, but really looking at inside bars on a 5-minute chart. But I've slowly evolved my strategy into trading off the 2-minute, looking for scalps off from Haramis, outside bars, or inside outside combinations. And really what I like to look on the 5-minute is looking for this exact pattern right here is an inside, outside. So you have an inside candle. So the body and wick is within that previous candle. The outside completely engulfs that candle. And then you take the break. I have some videos on this if you guys want to check it out. But then you take the break of the outside, and then stop goes above. And then the profit target for me is never static. It's always kind of a discretionary thing. Or if I have a level that I think that it's going to fill and then maybe bounce off from, then I'll take it off. But besides that, I really try not to have a specific static level in place, because oftentimes you go and you take profit, say at 10 points, and then it runs 50, 60, 100 points. So here's a little bull flag break here. This is looking good. Maybe we'll try a long, just 2 micros. Stop at 23. Oops, I just fat fingered that. My platform is a little glitchy this morning. I'm having a little bit of a lag. It might be my internet. It is poor. We got storms coming through. It's pouring rain. Let me add I'm gonna add into this little bull flag break here. Stops max pain down here at 20. Let's see if we can take out the high. See if we can actually break out of this. Or are we just going to chop this range? I would love to see it take out the high at 615s. So there's 10 points. You guys are looking for little scalps. There's 10. I'm going to look for a little more of a swing trade here. Boom. Let's go. All right, taking off one there. Taking off another one. Stops to break even. It's a little bull flag break here on the 2-minute chart. Love the bull flags. Remember I said to Terry yesterday during the debate, and Tom and Husk, I love flags. All flags. Bull flags, bear flags, all flags. Break even on the runner. Let's trail the stop here. Let's lock in a little bit of money. Let's lock in 20 points. This 30 points. I'll explain this trade right after. All right, stopped out on the runner. I think we could take out the high though. Maybe I jumped the gun. But so very, very simple trade right here. Kind of made this, swept the low. We were putting in a pretty textbook bull flag. Oops. Man, I'm telling you. What is happening? So, it's just a bear flag, bull flag. 2-minute, you can see right here, this purple line kind of puts in that little bit of a flag. You got this going on right here. We end up sweeping a low. It starts to break up above. You can kind of just tell in the momentum. And then it puts in this flag pattern. You see the flag? And then it breaks above. You don't even need to pay us right here on MyFundedFutures TV. As long as you're using code YouTube, this is perfectly free. You don't even need to buy a course. Right here, you're getting that beautiful School of Hard Knocks lesson right here. Just a bull flag textbook play right there. And made a new session high. Anyways, guys, I haven't been paying much of the chat here. Just been staring at these charts. So gotten a few trades in right now. Currently up $1,454 on the MyFundedFutures Pro funded account. Gonna stay on the leaderboard, hopefully. Representing MyFundedFutures TV, and then keep pushing this account, going for that big payout. Or maybe I'll just, like I was talking to Terry Trades about this. Maybe what I'll do is just try to pay myself every week and see how long I can keep the account. So that might be a thing too. Or just pay myself every 2 weeks, just like a regular paycheck. And then maybe MyFundedFutures will end up moving me into a live account. So W's in the chat for that trade. Thank you so much. Appreciate that. Who else we got? ASD in the house. What's going on? Yeah, risk to reward is a little bit on the negative side on this account, which is interesting. I don't really plan that out like someone like Forex Ike. Forex Ike basically just trades negative R&R and just it's part of his overall strategy. Generally, what usually happens is I end up right around 1-to-1. It's just kind of how I end up falling, and right around 70% win rate. That's when I'm trading the best, when I'm getting payouts, when I'm getting daily payouts, things like that. That's right where I usually fall. And it's interesting to me that this particular account has fallen on a negative R&R, which nothing wrong with that. I was watching the great Tom Hugard the other day, kind of rewatching some of his streams and noticing that the best loser wins. Always doesn't practice what he preaches, which is perfectly fine. Uses a pretty wide stop lately, especially with YM. You talking when he hops into a position looking at a stop right around 150 points. So, and then oftentimes I'll see him take 30, 40 points off, you know, maybe scaling in, scaling out, but having that max pain, I guess, is what I like to call it. Is like, this is where my max pain is going to be. This is where I know my stop's has to be right around here, and I'll accept that risk. So instead of not having a stop loss up there, I like to throw up a stop loss, knowing that if it does go down, I will accept that risk. And if it takes me out, then so be it. We'll move on to the next trade. So right now, grinding higher, big 5-minute outside bar. I hate these generally where it's an outside bar, but it's to take it out, it's going to be at the high, and then you try to take the long. I generally hate these because it always feels like you're chasing. But with that being said, I have seen this where it pushes down, reverses the market, and then ends up becoming a trend day or something like that, and it just trends the rest of the day. So I have seen that before, but will that happen today? I'm not really sure. What's up, 44 the Punisher in the house? What's going on, guys? Do me a favor, I haven't asked yet this segment. Make sure you smash that like button. Did you guys like that segment yesterday with Tom, Terry, myself, and Husk? W's in the chat for that. I don't know if you guys talked about that. W's in the chat for that if you like that segment. I think we should do more of it. Another outside bar along here. I thought it was real fun, right? Michael in the house. Yeah, I want to see more of that, right? Some of that round table stuff. I thought that was great. I was a big fan of Around the Horn sports show. Look at this break of this 5-minute outside bar. So yeah, thanks guys. Yeah, I was a big fan of that TV show. I used to watch it every single night when I got off from work. I'd watch that Around the Horn and PTI. So a lot of fun. I'd love to do that again. Hopefully we can continue to do that. All right, all signs are pointing to go up and to the right at the moment. Having a bit of a FOMO. Bit of a FOMO going. So this is a very wide 5-minute candle. I am actually hop into this. Let's see if I can put it in bracket. Wow. So weird. I have ATM brackets on my chart that I didn't even put in. That's happened before. So so 1 micro here on the break of this 5-minute chart, 5-minute candle. And just because it's a lot to risk, and what I'll do is I'll scale in a bit if we decide to continue to go. I'm scaling a little bit more. So like I said, very scary trade to take generally because we're right at the high. But it is a breakout trade. So let's see if we can continue to squeeze. And if we put in anything that I decide that might take the market down for a reversal, then I'll hop back off. But maybe looking for that 650s. We'll go for those 680s on a runner. But the setup's there, so it's one of those deals where I'm like, I'm gonna regret not taking it if it ends up going and becomes a trend. And I do have some wiggle room. The beauty is, if I lose on this trade, I'm still up $1,000 for the day. That's the beauty of it. And usually what happens is on these particular setups is that you take heat. You know, you will take heat. Who else we got? Guys, got any questions for me? Feel free to throw it in the chat before I hop off. I got a few more minutes and we can, and then before I sign off, and then we have SK on. That's who we got. We have SK on today. Pretty excited about that. You guys know he's actually a mean reversion trader where I look for momentum breaks and try to trade on momentum. He's a mean reversion trader, which is awesome to see different styles of trading, especially right here on MyFundedFutures TV. You're going to see it all. You're going to see all kinds of different ways to trade, all kinds of different ways to make money. So we love that. How long I've been trading this account? About 9 days. 9 days. Been trading it pretty aggressively. This is a big bearish candle. I think I might just hop out of this early. I don't like that. We're out of that trade. Even though the stop's down there at 500, I mean, this is just, looks like we're coming back in off this harami. This could be it. Armageddon in the markets. Still up $1,155 so far on this account today. Did not like that. I'm glad I was in micros. Look at now, it's going right to my stop loss. One more minute, guys. Thank you so much for being here. I want to thank everyone for being here every single day. Really, really appreciate it. I'll be back on later for the Globex Open on my own stream. Let's try to sling some contracts then. Can I explain my logic on taking that outside bar, which actually is still holding? The stop goes below, but I don't think it's gonna hold. I think it's gonna get taken out here. Just outside bar long, 5 minute. That's it. But thanks, guys. Thank you so much for being here. Appreciate everyone stopping in. I really, really appreciate the support. And make sure you guys use code YouTube to help keep this channel alive. Appreciate it, everyone. And I will see you later tonight. And if not, I will see you right back here on MyFundedFutures TV tomorrow morning. Actually, I will be here. So thank you so much. Let's give it up for SK. Peace out, guys.
Hey, good evening, Gary. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Good morning. Wow, my God, Micron just dropped 30. What a short. We just had this monster short above the 605 on the NASDAQ. What a short. Oh, my God. What an absolute short. Again, how did I call that short? There were a couple reasons. One, look at the 60-minute time frame on the QQQs and the 30-minute. Here was the first short. Here was the second short right here. You can see on the 15-minute, on the 30-minute time frames. You can see the new highs here, the non-confirmations. All I could say is that it's Christmas in June. Micron down 12. I called shorts in Micron. SanDisk down 30. NASDAQ down 150. What a monster short. Monster short. Monster short. Oh my God. Unbelievable short.
128.40.
Okay, so the bottom line is what I called last night during the Asia markets. I said gold will get killed on the 30-minute time frame. Got absolutely kabooshed. Second, I said, hey, we got some new people here. Rashan, how are you? Nice to meet you. D Hall, what's going on? D Hall, you got to listen to me during the day, brother. Come on, get in there. All right, Jogmeister. Okay, David, did you hear me call that short in our stream right before we got on here? Wow, unbelievable. 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 What a short. What a short. We absolutely killed it. The day's over, if they ask me on that short. Now, on top of that, okay, I mean, look at SanDisk. SanDisk is down $40. Micron's down 13. Unbelievable. This is a caboose. Where's the bear? Man, I love when they go down. You have AMD just got cabooshed. AMD. Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Oh my God. What a unbelievable. Woo! Wow. They whacked the chips. Oh my God. What a short in SanDisk, Micron, S&Ps. I mean, well, mostly the NASDAQ was the short. The Qs, you all had new highs here. And you can see why I look at the underlying ETFs during the U.S. session. I taught this to some of the best traders in the world. Okay? And in my live stream, right before I came on, I was so confident. I called shorts in Micron, SanDisk, NASDAQ, Qs, AMD. And I said, the 60-minute MACDs and the 30-minute MACDs are not confirming the highs on the 60 on the new high. And they got absolutely, look, the Qs dropped $4.50. Okay, that trade alone, okay, is over. OVA, over. Okay, Ogi, right? Urza, you get that short, Urza, on the during our stream. Terra Trading, how are you? It's not a candle. I look at it. Hey, B-Tree, what's going on? Enough is enough with these chips. The reason why the market's up, forget about this MOU nonsense because it means nothing, right? But what a short. I'm jumping up and down like a baboon. I'm holding my breath before we get on. I'm like, I take this short up here. Of course, we just rallied 80 points, though, but it's still a great short. You know, the market is up because of the fact that these chips are up. And basically, Apple said they're going to increase pricing, and it's going to be reflected. And the chips went crazy, that they're going to be able to afford Micron and SanDisk chips. Look at this AMD. This stock, oh my God. I'm telling you, if you want to trade a stock, AMD is one of the best stocks on the board. in my opinion. That's what I thinks. All right, let's see if we get one more push push up here. So last night during the Asia session, okay, everybody see what I see here? You're making new highs here. The MACDs could not confirm, and then you're making new highs here, and the MACDs could not confirm on the 60-minute time frame. If I could just teach you how to use the underlying ETFs, okay, then, you know, and again, if anybody new here would like a 5-day free trial to my live stream, please text me your full name and email to my cell phone number, 914-500-7484. Okay? Very simple. Okay? Very simple. All right, that's the 4-minute, 34.20. Just rallied up. All right. Okay. I think we're going. And if you look here on the daily, okay, this is a monster bear flag. We caught that. That dropped to fill the gap. Now we have another gap here. The market, I think, is just playing. I think the market, in my opinion, we signed the MOU. Everything's done. And guess what? Now we're doing what? Now we're going to do what? Now we just got to wait. Okay, I think the market is really up strictly for the what do you call it? Because of these chips, and that's that. Okay, so this is the first pullback on the 5-minute time frame. When we got that pushed down just now, the Nasdaq just ran about 100, so the Qs ran 2. And if you look here, this is the first pullback. So the 30-minute time frame reversed to buy, correlating with the 15. Doesn't mean you can't take shorts, but this pullback was a good long. You had the positive MACD, the 30-minute reverse to buy, correlating with the 15 right here. So what you look to do is you buy the first pullback on the 5-minute time frame, and there it is. And if you look at the Nasdaq, because of the underlying ETF, you can see the Nasdaq push down below 70 and just rallied 100 points literally in about 7 minutes. Okay, so again, using the software in a way I called the beautiful bull flag on the on Intel.
I didn't get long. I covered the short 128.40.
Now, when you look at this, you can see, okay, how the Qs. This is basically a pattern trade, right? So when the Qs reverse to buy, and then you get that push down. So technically, that's the first pullback on the 1040 bar on the 5-minute time frame when you got the oversold condition. That is exactly how the market should be played. I look at the bigger time frames, the 60 to 30 and the 15-minute time frame. And what a great pattern. Now today we do have options expiration here, yep, there goes another long on Micron. Let's see what SanDisk is doing here. Wow, look at this, up 100. So if these 5s get overbought again, we'll look to see what happens. SNDK here. What a short. Oh my God, SanDisk. Oh my God. Look at this SanDisk down 40 points. Now SanDisk, if it drops below between the 35 and 45, I'd look to buy it here. You got a monster bull flag here, which should push the market right back up again. We got to watch. Let's see here. Well, I'll leave this up. AMD just rallied about $2. Nasdaq off that beautiful long. Now you really can't short the market until the 5-minute time frames get overbought. Okay, all right. How's the market broken today? Market, you just trade the patterns. You know, I don't think overthinking is the right way to do that. You know, so again, I think it's really important. You guys got to learn, and anybody willing to learn, you can please text me. I'm more than happy to teach you. you can contact me at my cell phone number. And by the way, just to be clear, I don't DM anybody. I don't reach out to you on Discord. I don't want anybody ever getting hurt. So I hope you fully understand that it's really about you have my personal cell phone number. So if anybody has any questions at all, you could just text me. You need to learn more? Well, text me, Roshan, right? Just text me. Okay. And I think that's I think that's what's really it's all about here. So yeah. All right, I'm hoping we get one more push up here. All right, Sandus just rallied here 20 points on this pullback. So you wait for pullbacks. All right. I'm still super bearish here. I just think the market, gold got absolutely cabooshed. So last night, I want to show you this on the NASDAQ. People would text me all hours of the night, believe it or not. I said last night during the Asia session when I stream, and again, you guys should join the Asia session. So right here, we were calling shorts. Now the 60-minute had reversed to buy right here during the Asia, as we were at 10 o'clock when the Asia session was over. And I was calling shorts here. One short down, two shorts, three shorts, right? And then I said, I expect the 30-minute time frames to reverse downward, get to an oversold condition. And I said that I was looking since the 60 reversed to buy on my indicator 4, and it can lined up with the 30-minute. I said, look to get the oversold condition on the NASDAQ. So I said, once that oversold condition plays out sometime during the night, then I expect to push up to 500. And my phone blew up this morning. Oh, my Lord. NASDAQ was getting oversold 321, got down to 324, 384, and never looked back. So from this high to here, dropped about 150 points. And then you could see the oversold condition into the positive MACD. Never looked back. I mean, look at this. Boom. Up to 500 right there. Then, of course, it drops 115. And then, again, see, the thing is, if you're just looking at the NASDAQ futures, right, the NASDAQ futures have a complete different story here than what the underlying ETFs have. If you look at the 60 and the 30-minute time frame, you can see that the MACDs are still very positive here, right? Okay. But then what you want to do, okay, and look at the QQQs have a complete different picture. A negative MACD, a MACD that was negative on the opening and now just turning positive, but still non-confirming the highs. So when I say non-confirming the highs, the MACDs have to take out this number here. Okay. All right. So again, really, really important. And I just want to just share that with you as well. So again, it's really just something to enhance your vision of understanding how to trade using the underlying ETFs. Okay. All right. So I think that's really important for you guys to learn. I taught this to some of the best traders in the industry. And I just, like I said, for me, I want my job here is to teach each and every one of you. And I just want you all to learn and be successful. That's all I really care about. Again, if anybody new here would like to text me or get my 5-day free trial, we start it every Monday from Monday to Friday from 8:30 to 4. Okay. And love to hear from you. Okay. Okay. All right. So again, markets can be very quiet here. You want to see a beautiful a bear flag. I'll show you SpaceX. Now, SpaceX is starting to trade like a stock. Okay, you can see here SpaceX getting absolutely cabooshed here today. The 60 just reversed the sell. The 30's been beautiful bear flag yesterday. But look at this 5-minute bear flag here on SpaceX, right here. 83 cabooshed. I mean, now the stock's acting real. I mean, it was crazy there. 230, 218. Blah, blah, blah. Get out of here. You know, I mean, eventually the stock's gonna, you know, be right, but it's not now. AMD, if AMD gets below the 30 level, I think the stock's going to be a buy here. All right. Again, I think what's really important here is how these chip stocks are acting. SanDisk right back up to 81 here. So again, beautiful bear flags here, and I'm happy to teach each and every one of you. Okay, hey, Palm Trader. Yeah, it was. Let's go. Hey, Emma. How are you, Emma? What's going on, Emma? All right. Apple pushing up now. Apple reversing the buy on the 30-minute. Broadcom, Netflix, NVIDIA. I think you're going to see some activity here. I think that's what's really going to make the market really push up here. So yeah, so I think what's really important is for all of you to truly understand the importance of Hey Kinetic Trades, to really focus on using multiple time frames, using the ability to use and learn a methodology. You really, I love teaching. I love seeing progress. And that to me is why I do this every day. And I love trading. So again, I just think that there they go, new highs, NASDAQ. I'd short them here, 35, 635 up to 75. So another thing, I don't do single lot entries here. Single lot entries means just shorting at one price here. You can go 40 up to 80 here. Okay, 50. So basically, this was the long here off the 5-minute time frame. You can see the new highs here. So I like I like to scale into a position. So let's say I sell some at 45, I go 55, I go 65, right? I like to scale in. I don't like to covering here some at below 40, and I'm scalping because the trend is up, right? So maybe I'll sell some at 50s, maybe I'll sell some at 60s. I'm going in and out. And you know, I don't look at a 1 minute, but I'll just show you the 1 minute here. You can see how the 1 minute it got below just now. But let's just say you're pushing upward here. You got the chips. Wow, Micron. That SanDisk was a great long on the 5-minute SanDisk, and you had the double blue on Micron. Yeah, so these patterns here. So again, if you're scalping, you're just going in and out. And if you sold 60s and you're covering here at 48, 50s, you're just scalping. Scalping is an art, and I've been very successful at doing it very, very fast. And whether you're trading stocks like Micron, but again, here we go, dropping. So I'm covering here 50, 45s, right? Covered here below 40, put them back out again, 50 to 60, covering at 50, you know, just going for singles and doubles here. And I think what people really need to focus on when they're trading the market, okay, is to have that ability, because based upon my research, you're only going to get, look at them drop. Look at them drop. I'd be covering shorts here below 40. Look at them drop. Look at them drop. Look at them drop. Again, every new high is going to run into a resistance level here. Urza, you get that short, Urza? Wow, what a drop. What a drop. Okay. And again, you know, the Federal Reserve yesterday mentioned that anybody get the short up there on MyFundedFutures TV? Anybody get that short? Just dropped about 30. Okay, again. Urza, yep. Hey, drop. Okay. You got it, Rick Francis. Good job. Okay. All right. Average is 56. Okay, I would lower your stops, D Hall. There, Southern Aussie, get in there. Look, 30 down, 40 down, 40 down, 40 down, 40 down. Okay. Hey, Nate, the student, 40 down on the NASDAQ. So I want to be clear with all of you. Again, there's two types of, get in there, right? There's two types of trading. There's the pattern trading, and then there's the scalp trading. Depending on the day, you're going to get anywhere between 4 to 8 great patterns in a day, right? And when you're trading the market, and depending on the, oh my God, and depending on the volatility of the market, you're going to get probably anywhere from 10 to 50 scalp trades a day. Now, what was the mindset here? As I told you 15, 20 minutes ago, when the QQQs were pushing up, and I showed you the negative MACDs on the 60 and the 30s, or the 60s, and the MACDs are non-confirming, look at what I showed you here. Every new high I thought was a short. Now, I could have taken this long off the 1 minute time frame, okay, but I was talking. So, but again, it just ran 20. So again, the volatility is what's going to determine how many contracts you're going to trade during the day. Okay, how many contracts you're going to trade, and how many patterns there are, and how many scalp trades there are. So basically, in my head, even though you have a negative MACD, okay, on the 60-minute time frame with the new high, I knew that you had the sell divergence. So I knew that the market would run into a brick wall. Now, with that being said, okay, what's really important is to fully understand the importance of the divergence, right? Okay, so I hope you guys understand that you really need to look at the underlying ETFs. And I just hope you guys, Rashan, if you're new, the Wolf, okay, if you're new, anybody new here, you should be texting me if you want a 5-day free trial to my live stream, you know, and or you know, just text me your full name and email to my cell phone number 914-500-7484. Okay. Yeah. So all right, so really risky to buy the market here, especially with the 30-minute and 60-minute time frames getting overbought here. So just wanted to, you know, give you a little heads up here. All right, just rallied here off the low, 94 again, off the 1 minute. Now I just leave the 1 minute up just to show you pricing. Should have probably bought them for a scalp there, but all right. Gold reject. We had a perfect short today. Gold 42.88 up to 97, and it got up to 95 and then dropped 30 points. How do I see that? I'm just I know that the new highs, we're going to run into resistance, and this was a nice little bull flag on the 5 minute here. But I'm still overall bearish with these negative MACDs on the 60-minute time frame. What do you mean equal weight? I just look at the underlying ETF. I don't know what equal weight means. Nasdaq should go to 732. It could, especially with these chip stocks, right? It could. Yeah. What did you miss? I guess you missed some good stuff here. So yeah, so again, I think what's really important here is to really fully understand the importance, okay, of learning learning the overall methodology, and all the strategies are based upon divergences. Okay, boom. What just happened? 36. Okay. All right. All right. All right, right back down here. I got to tell you, I'm more looking for shorts than longs here, especially with these big divergences on the 60-minute. No revenge trading. Okay, 60-minute time frame on the Q's about to reverse the buy here. So, yeah, this is gonna, for me, this to me is something that it's very these big sell divergences are going to cause the market some headaches here. But again, it's options expiration today. Okay, and I think what's really important is that what people need to focus on, okay, is learning the methodology, learning using multiple time frames, and being able to decipher the information and the chart. I'm building new products here, really automated stuff. It's really very powerful. That's going to actually show you, pretty much entry zones, targets, long and or short, on the new technology that we want to bring out going forward. So I think what's important here is that when you're looking at the markets, you want to be able to have the technology. I have people trading off of one screen, three screens, trading on their phone. Or it's going to be this new technology is going to be really great going forward here. So. So again, it's really important to justify the understand the patterns. Now today, the reason why the market's closed, obviously, you got the Nick Parade in New York City. Also, you're gonna have the options expiration here. We'll see. This Nasdaq gets up to the 60 handle, 660 up to like 695. I'd short it. I'm scalping it anyway. If it happens, 50. I scalped to 50. Should have went 50, but very fast. Yes. Oh boy, there it goes. Very fast. And remember, we have a little delay here on YouTube, so I just want you to realize that as well. But yeah, what people have asked me all the time and say is that to learn, they want to feel confident with a methodology. All right, Nasdaq just dropped 25. I can't. I was gonna go 50. I decided to go maybe 60. But all right, next, boom, kabooshed. Yeah, we're market really. Whoa, wow, what a drop. Oh my God. What a drop. Wow, what a drop. Good Lord. Oh my God, what a drop. All right, right back up. That happened too fast. Wow, I couldn't even see that. 90. And there's also like a little delay here as well. So Micron's just inching up, inching up, inching up. Again, if the NASDAQ can get up to the 60 handle, 55.60, I would look to short it to 95 even. That was amazing, that drop. Okay. Wow, that was fast. Oh boy. Again, I really want to play the market from the short side. Hopefully we get another push up here. So 27 what? Intel gets up to the 31 handle. Let's see what's going to happen here. Micron pushing up to new highs. Again, where would the market be if it wasn't for the chip stocks, right? Where would the market be if it wasn't for the chips? I think what you really we need to focus on. I'm hoping we get one more push up here. No more. No, what's that? Chips. I'm talking like SanDisk, Micron. That's what I'm talking about. Chips. AMD. Intel just hit 31. Oh boy, here we go. Hit that 50 handle, just dropped 60 here. All right, I think they're finished. They gotta go down. All right, let's see if we get one more double blue, push up. All right. I'd like to see him push up. Gold, what a short we had in gold today. Good Lord. There goes AMD, pushing up. Micron. Again, let's see if this 5 minute, this one more push up here above the 55, 60 range. Apple, I think Apple's short. Apple made new highs, okay, above the 300 and got killed off the 60-minute time frame. You guys have to look, you guys have to start looking at the bigger time frames. Okay, you guys really have to start looking at the bigger time frames, the 30 and 60-minute time frames. I just don't believe in doing single lot entries here. I don't. When you guys trade, you guys do single lot entries, or I like to scale into a trade. I don't like to do single lot entries here. I think that's a no-no. But we shall see. Let's see if we get this one more push up to the 50 to 70 range. Again, it's not just about the raffles, guys, okay? Because during the night stream, we give out 10 raffles. We give out 10 sorry, not 10 raffles, 10 accounts. Boom. Oh, man. I'm dying to short them. Oh. Yeah, but single lot entries are dangerous, though, if you ask me. That's like saying, okay, I'm gonna short the Nasdaq here at 630. Okay, if it gets up to the 50, 55, 85, 90, I'd be short on the Nasdaq here, and you gotta be fast. These algos are just going bananas. Oh, keeps dropping and hits that number. Oh my goodness, 45. I used the 4 hour, 1 hour, 15, and I used the 1 minute for entries. I think you may want to look at the 15, 30, and 60. Okay, I think that might help you, Mike, MKE Trader. If you want me to help you with that, you can just text me. Okay, but if it works for you, great. But I can maybe show you some stuff with correlation studies that will definitely help you. It's very quiet because nobody cares. It's a long weekend. I do both. Mr. Pag Lemaire. Ends in a vowel. Love it. Okay, why make a comment that you're going to short the Nasdaq 60,000? You got 9,000 more points to go, right? Okay, AMD pushing up, just rallied 5, 6, beautiful. There we go, Nasdaq. I said 50, 55 up to 80 and 85, 95 range. I'd be looking for shorts up there. Intel pushing up here to new highs off the bull flag on Intel. All right. And again, like I said, when you're scalping the market, you got to be very fast, right? I left the 1 minute time frame here up for a reason. If you're short, just look to, right? Just want to get up to 52. Just look to cover below 43. Or just, here we go, 43, 40. I'd be looking just in and out, 10 here, 20 here. If you want to lower your stop, maybe you can get 35, 32 here. Here we go. All right. Again, I leave the 1 minute time frame up to show you. Okay. But one of the things that's really important is to learn how to use. There it goes. There you go. There you go. Nasdaq dropping. So much time to make up. All right. So again, Intel making new highs here. You got Micron, you got SanDisk, you got DRAM pumping up here 10%. I do not use hotkeys. I do not execute. I have people who execute for me. I caught many trades today. Wow, many trades. Are you kidding me? Yesterday I made, I think, close to $10,000 in like 3 minutes. So, all right, if you're short here, just lower your stops, just trade it. Just trade in and out. think what's important to realize is also the ability to trade the market very fast. I mean, the S&P is not even this fast. The Nasdaq's pretty much insane. So I gotta be shorting them here. 60, 65 up to 05 on the Nasdaq. I knew we were gonna get that 60 print, right? There you go. 65 up to 05. You got to go 40 wide, and I scale in every 10, right? And you're scalping, right? So if it drops, right, just look at that. There they go.
Amazon to start selling NVIDIA-like chips to competitors.
Okay. All right. Yeah, look at the cover below 65 here. If you're short, just scalp it in and out. Okay. Good job, Pokemon. All right, good job. Let's go. Hey, Ichimuko, how are you? All right, and like I said, you know, if you're scaling, you go 65, 75. Okay, and I think that, yeah, we're just gonna see here, Intel, AMD. Look at the NASDAQ drop. And SK We Trust, God bless you. Anybody short up there? I mean, there was a nice little, again, you're fading the trend, right, against the 60 minutes, 75 down to 55, 57. I hope you guys understand the non-confirmations here. Okay. Okay. You understand that? Scaling's been a game changing. Well, Investing Bell, if you need any help, anybody, please just text me your full name and email, and I'll give you a call after the stream or sometime after the market closes here. You took the scalp short, more. Good job. All right, let's see here. You're gonna get some 60-minute time frames reversing now on AMD. Micron reversed to buy on the 60. Okay, great job.
Yeah.
All right, so let's just see here. Intel rallied about 4 off that. We had a beautiful look at them drop. You see what I'm saying? My mindset's already thinking, okay, to short every new high based upon the fact that the 60-minute MACDs are running into a brick wall. Micron just dropped 4, okay? The whole world, I think, is a short up here. Look at them drop. Oh, my God. 50 down. Where's the bear? Oh, my God. All right. Well, I'm going to be getting off in about 15 minutes. Does anybody have any questions with anything here? Wow, look at them drop. Look at them drop. Look at them drop. All right. All right, that was a nice one. SK, who are you? Oh my God. Oh my God. You asked me a question who I am? I don't use candles. This is bar data. Oh my God. If you want to, who just said that to me? RFX, if you want to text me, I'll talk to you. 914-500-7484. These are bar data, not candles, number one. And who asked who I am? Are you kidding me who I am? 44 years in the business. You're asking me who I am? Good Lord. I deal with the biggest traders in the world. And who am I? Who am I? Remember the movie Analyze This with Billy Crystal? Who am I? Who am I? It's too deep and this and that, you know? Right. Oh, my Lord. Oh, my God. Bye-bye. 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 Thank you, Abish. Thank you. All right. So again, if anybody wants to reach out to me, you could just text me. I'd love to talk to you, help you in any way possible. All right. Beautiful shorts. Coinbase reverse to sell here. Coin on the 60 and then the 15, 169. You got big shorts there. Bye-bye, NASDAQ. Bye-bye, S&Ps. If you short Intel, I cover below 32 for a trade. You hear me?
Yeah.
AMD, if you're short, just drop 4. I'd cover. Just shorted some Intel and AMD. Just made some money there. Okay. All right. Gold, double red short. Beautiful patterns on gold. All right. Amazon and talks to sell NVIDIA rival chips to other companies. Yep, I saw that. All right, gold got out. So let me teach you this pattern here of everybody. For those of you who are trading gold, now we trade gold a lot in our live stream every day, and especially at night during the Asia session. But let me just show you this here, if I may. Okay, this is a set strategy here on gold. You can see here the 5-minute time frame reverses to sell right here. And then you short the again the 5 correlating with the 15, 30, and 60, and then you short the first bounce here on the 5-minute on gold. Okay, and then you basically right there. You can see another. This is the first bounce on the 5. Here's another short. I've been shorting gold all day because if you look at the GLDs here, when gold was pushing up early this morning, you can see by looking at the gold on the 30 and 60-minute time frame, when gold pushed up here, okay, on the GLDs to right was it here right here to 394, you can see the push up, the non-confirmation here. You see that right here? So you pushed up into these negative MACDs on the 30 and 60. So gold's been in a terrible funk here, okay? And I told you when gold was 4,600, it was going to 4,100. And then it got to 40, 58, 40, 48, rallied to 40, almost 4,400. Yeah, 4,400. And then it got kabooshed. Okay? So again, I just wanted to share that with you there. Okay? All right. Anybody has any questions here at all? And again, I do have a podcast every single day on my SK Trading YouTube called The Bull, the Bear, and the Ugly. So I hope you're all going to be a part of that. Okay. SpaceX below 180. Yeah. Okay. And again, you know, it's going to be quiet. I think we're here for a few hours in the morning, and then we're going to be pretty much the CME closes at noon, and yeah, just yes, sir. Okay. Anybody have any questions here? Ebola death toll. Wow, 202. That's a shame, man. Wow. All right.
Missile between now and the end of the day.
Okay, so all right. So if you look here on Apple, you can see Apple when it pushed up this morning again on the 30 and 60-minute time frames. You can see why Apple faded here. You can see 300 drop, pushed up again. It looks like a little new high here. You can see why Apple faded here, right? All right. We got about 7 minutes to go here. Okay. I think this NVIDIA could be a short for pushing down here. I think the market deeply oversold here. So Amazon making new highs here.
Okay.
Amazon making new highs here. Bye-bye S&Ps, bye-bye NASDAQ. So we pretty much called it high on the NASDAQ futures above 65.75 range. We just saw a drop of $6 on AMD. We just saw a drop of $7 on Micron. Bitcoin's getting absolutely kabooshed. And so when you were making new highs just now on the NASDAQ futures, okay, can you imagine the person who bought silver at 122? And when you got the new high, you notice that the Russell, the Dow, and the S&Ps could not make a new high, right? Could not make a new high. All right. Okay. You got SpaceX making new lows here. The party's over. That's it. Okay. So again, what I really want to talk about and stress is the full on this. Now you may get one more push up here on the double blue buy. So if the NASDAQ can get down to the 45 to 85 range, maybe you take one more long, but the next push up should be it. And that's it. All right. I hope all of you have a great day. We got about 6 minutes, and please watch me tonight during the Asia session for the MyFundedFutures Asia session from 8 to 10. And we do give away 10 giveaways there. So yes, sir. All right. Let's see if we get anything here. All right, gold got absolutely crushed. What a beautiful short. Nice bull flag on AMD on the 5. But let's just watch here. S&Ps you could look to take a long here, anywhere between probably the 48 to 54 range. There goes the NASDAQ. You're going to get one more push up here on the double blue. Rashan, if you're new here, down to 551 on the S&P, could be. Probably going to be a buy there. You can go 47 to 53 range if you're long. Gold making, almost making new lows here. SpaceX, new lows. Vance is talking. What's going on? Bear Trader. It's Christmas in June. You got a nice bull flag here. There you go. What a short. Okay. Apple caboose in the market here. Let me just bring up the NASDAQ. I just wanted to show you that there. Okay. See if the NASDAQ can get one more push down here on. See the 5-minute time frame. This is the double blue buy, right? You want to look to see. Just got down to 88 here. 80. Just ran 30 on the NASDAQ here. Again, using the software I built is something that really enlightens me for traders to really get a good read on the market, understanding the patterns, understanding. Oh yeah, JE, absolutely. I use absolutely. I see bull and bear flags. Why wouldn't I? I don't use candles, guys. NASDAQ just ran 40 here. Again, there goes the S&Ps. If you bought them below 54, scale out 58 to 60 range. It did hit 53. NASDAQ just ran 40 on that pattern. This is a set pattern, right? Okay, Pokemon, Jenger, if you're new, you should just give me a call. I'll help you any way I can. Just text me. I'm more than happy to help you. There goes the NASDAQ on this pattern. Okay, now the next push-up should make a lower high, and I would look to short them. Okay. And like I said, if anybody would like to watch my podcast every single night on my SK Trading YouTube, please watch me there, called The Bull, the Bear, and the Ugly. Okay, finally, you got the micron to start dropping here. Anybody get that long there on a lot of chop today? I don't know, Husk. I think there's a lot of great movement here. Microsoft can't get going. All right, Microsoft can't get going here. All right, here we go. That was a nice out there. DKU, if again, and I hope to hear from all of you. I really would love to help you in any way possible here. We got 1 minute to go here. Wow, what a short. Oh my God. Gold's finished. Bye-bye. All right. Coinbase is down 5. Coinbase is down 5 here. SpaceX making new lows. All right. I want to thank you all. I'll see you tonight. Scale out of any longs above 90 here on the NASDAQ, S&Ps. If you bought them again below 53, I scale them out above 53, 55. I want to say thank you to MyFundedFutures. Thank you to Aaron. Thank you to Luke, Matt, and thank you to all of you. I'll see you tonight during the Asian markets. And again, if anybody would like to contact me or get a 5-day free trial to my live stream every day from 8:30 to 4, please text me your full name and email to my cell phone, 914-500-7484. There goes the NASDAQ on that pattern. I'd be raising your stops Just rallied about 30, 20 right now. Okay. Have a great day, everybody. God bless you. God bless our troops. And God bless the United States of America. I'll see you tonight, everybody.
Good morning, everyone. Hopefully everybody had a somewhat of a survival day. A lot of ranging back and forth. So this is definitely would be your kind of day if you're good at range. Remember, guys, this is something that I've been trying to get better at. It's range, just because I've been trading more during this time of the day. I was actually thinking that, man, if we can just get below the previous day high and short. How's everyone else doing today? Hopefully most of you guys survived today. I think with our accounts, we're green on 2, but we're also red on one of our fundeds. I couldn't withstand the stop loss this morning. That's kind of what's getting with me, because I trade a lot of 25Ks. So a lot of times I get stopped out, even though I'm right, because I try to keep a strict stop loss with fundeds. Evals, I did push the limit on evals today, where I was probably in 30 and 40 points of drawdown on some of my entries on the evals. So evals could have gone either way today. Guys, we're also, if you wouldn't mind smashing the like button, we need about, 30 more likes to get to 300. Methodical Man should be back next Monday. He's, I want to say he's heading back to Tom Sabo's house today. So he said he was going to be at Tom's today, hanging out with Tom possibly. And he should be back, Monday. All right. All right, let's put a 1 in the chat and kind of maybe everybody can share how they did today. Like I said, I kind of want to look for a scout move. I'm just not sure. I don't know. This market has been very, very tough to kind of read today. That I know for the push up, I was actually looking for a short up there around the 90s levels, but you can see we didn't quite get there. If you look to the left here, there's tons of consolidation up here from the last few days. Where I had this one big area marked out around the 700s, we were actually looking for a short up there, but didn't quite get it. Okay, so you had a decent day, David? Let's see. Let's see if it falls from here. Yeah, this is what I like to trade off of, guys, is the pivot. So we got a pivot in the previous day high. To me, when we're around these previous day highs, man, those are like the hardest areas to like trade around. And also, I don't know if you noticed, I'll have to go back and point this opening out to you. We kind of talked about that a little bit today, where basically we had the same opening as yesterday. I don't know how many people look at the opening every day, but the opening will repeat itself usually for 2 or 3 days in a row. And if you can be, get good at recognizing that, like this price action, I just noticed it yesterday and we were kind of watching for it this morning. And so I'll show you what it looks like. So this is just something you can look for in the morning, especially off of those 15-minute candles. And see, I like to trade off those 15-minute candles. And the reason why I'm kind of staying out of this now, if you look at my Rico charts, remember how I said I like to use Rico for trend? And you can see we're just trying to trade sideways on Rico candles. So this is why we're kind of sitting on the sidelines, because I don't want to jump in this, go up 10 points, and we end up having a 20-point pullback. And so I make most of my money on my accounts off of my runners. Those first few contracts that you usually see me hit, those are usually, I kind of consider those my break-even type contracts, where this way I can still need to have my stop loss where it needs to be. So at the moment, we're just kind of sitting on our hands, and hopefully in a minute, maybe the market will start moving a little bit better for us. Don't know. No, I think Methodical has been in the lobby most of this week, but I think he's traveling the crazy, crazy roads. All right, I'll give it a few more minutes. If we do not get any movement, we'll break down this morning's price action with yesterday's price action. This way, like I said, if you're trading the opening, you can see that it's almost the same exact movement over and over most mornings. And it's, something to look at, especially when it comes to these 15-minute candles. I think the safer thing here would be to do is just, if we can wait about 4 more minutes and just see what happens with this level. This is where I'm looking to try to take an entry around the 78s to 84, because that's around the what do you want to call it? The pivot in the previous day close. So usually this probably would have been our Friday price action, but I didn't know. I heard SK bring that up today because in Rome it's just drinking. Oh goodness. He did say that was the craziest price action. The craziest driving for him was probably the Rome roads. So he said it was pretty wild over there. Nice if you had the boys to short off of the previous day high and pivot there at the 78s. This morning, so this is where I was getting caught into trades at this morning. So guys, like this morning, we'd be pushing above the previous close and high, and literally the very next candle would be a consolidation candle before we got the breakout. So I did the long here this morning, and I also did the long, I want to say on this candle here. And as you can see, we were just like every single time, man, I was just getting smashed on the pullbacks. So it was making it extremely difficult this morning to find some of these entries. To me here for this candle, if we can hold out for another, say close to 2.5 minutes and do like a little retest of this area up here, then that way I can use the pivot and the previous day close as my support and resistance. Because usually whenever the market's moving like this, I like to take trades around where I can use like certain levels as my stop loss. Unless we just get some red rocket candle to the downside, then all we can do is watch. You also have to be careful if you're going to wait for this to end to kind of short below the 500, because you do have the VWAP down here around the 500 level. Yeah, he's on that World War tour, visiting, I want to say all the I want to say Middle East, but all the European countries. I couldn't tell you all the different names that he went to. I know he was struggling to find internet that worked over there in most of the hotels that he was staying in. So it made it a little bit more difficult. Guys, if you're just joining us, if you guys wouldn't mind smashing the like button, we need about 20 more likes to get to 300. And what that does, it helps to kind of push the stream back out there in the YouTube world for us. Get us a few more users or watchers. And also, if you're planning on using the MyFundedFutures discount code, use code YouTube. It helps supports our channel and keep the channel running on the daily basis. So you can see if you're watching our Rico candles that we are at least getting some nice trend down. I just have to wait for a new 5-minute candle before we consider our entry here. So I will consider our entry based on what the next 5-minute candle does. So what I want to do is see this candle kind of push down to the 500, and hopefully in the next minute is you want to see like a retest of 25, then maybe come back down through 20 or the 500 level, or either that we push down to the 75, which is another whole number that we watch for, and what they pull back to the 500. In this way, if you're trading around the whole numbers, let me take this one thing off so it makes it easier to see here. So here comes your 25 retest. This is why you never take a first hit into the whole number, because almost every single time you're going to get a push back up to 25. From 25 to 50, I mean, you just kind of have to just wait and see. All right, 20 seconds left on this next candle. So hopefully this next candle can start pushing back below the 500s here. So this is why I don't chase 5-minute candles. I mean, this is almost what, a 50-point wick back to the top side. And even a lot of the 5 minutes have not been very clean today. You want to make sure you get through the 25 level. That was the first 25 hit. I want to say 24. Oh, let me move my stop loss up some. we lose 36, it's probably going back up, or 50. So this is the area you kind of need to hold. We can DC. Let me move this up. We can kind of add back into this a little bit. Man, we might have just got hit on the first one. Let me lower my thing down so we can add in a contract if we need to. 58 would be the final push back up here. If it blasts 58, we're probably going all the way back up to the previous just trying to add back in. I'm still short bias as long as the 50, between 50 and 80 holds. Man, we might have just got wrecked. Oh, shoot, I hit the wrong button. This is only going to go back down if we lose the 50. You may get a 32 pushback. I'm not sure. But the 84, 78 will have to be the last line in the sand here, guys. Then I'll just have to take the loss, and we'll be what? We'll lose the profit that we made on this account today, because we were up about $200 on this account before this trade here. If we push through the 50s, we should at least get maybe one more push down to 32. That would have been your pivot hit at 78. Sorry, guys. I'll pay attention to the chat in a minute. If you put something in the chat, I'll look at it. We're just trying to watch our charts here. 32 should, well, 34. Oh, shoot, do we get 34? We may get 34 here. At least get us out of this trade. Then we'll see what happens with the runner. Okay. Just have to kind of trust your levels. That last level was the 78, which was your pivot. And that'll be where my stop loss will have to stay. Whew. That was a little on the stressful side there, guys. The reason why I'm able to do that is because we're not over leveraged. We're only going into these with 3 contracts starting out. And this way we can add back in if we need to. What is your Rico size? Rico sizes are 6416 cookie. Let me make sure though, so I'm not telling you the wrong size. Each of the Rico candles are about 30 points. But yeah, they're 6416. To me, the Rico candles work the best in the nighttime. I love using Rico candles in the Asian market. What's up, methodical man? All right, guys, let's see how close we are to our 300 likes. If we get 300 likes, usually it'll start pushing about 300 watchers in our stream. So we're sitting at about 280 now. Got it. Methodical. Go overseas, man. Just start telling everybody about MyFundedFutures. Say, hey, like the stream. I'll be there next week. Sell it. that might have been the buzzer for the giveaway drops here, guys. Now, be careful if you're following this down, guys. If you see this 5-minute candle here, it has no wick on it. So almost constantly, we will come back and clean up that candle. There's just no doubt in my mind. It's pretty normal. Was that the forums? I see one. Okay. Does everybody drop, I guess, pull from the one? For some reason, I always thought there was like 4 or 5 that dropped all at once. Where are you at in your travels today, Methodical? Maybe Methodical can share what country he's currently in. He should have already made it to Tom Sabo's house. So he had to go back and do some work for Tom Sabo. It did sound like his rental car took a beating. Every time I've talked to the Methodical guy, he's always like, I got a big scratch on the rental fender. A rock cracked my window. So his rental car is taking a beating. He's over there. I'm pretty sure I bought the insurance. He's probably over there hoping he bought the insurance. Oh, goodness. So if you're going to be going to Rome, make sure you get the rental insurance for your vehicle. Oh, goodness. Nice. You did get the insurance? Nice. Guys, I still don't trust the shorts until we get a wick on this 5-minute candle. We will see. So after this trade, I'll go back and break down the openers with you guys. And you can kind of get see what I mean? It's going to have to come back and clean up this wick. I want to see it just put a wick on this 5-minute candle, and this, hopefully it'll continue pushing down. So we'll see what happens. You wouldn't want to see it hit like maybe the 42, 43, just a little wick. Then hopefully it can continue back down. All right, there's the wick. So now let's see if we can bring it back down. Put your wick on there. Doesn't look like the 500s want to give it up. Push it. 65 or so would be kind of the line in the sand. So we got a good, area for our entry to be. We just need to start seeing it push down here. So you are back at Tom's place, Methodical? Guys, we also have a brand new promo builder plan. You get $2,000. It's the $2,000 plan for $76, and the $1,500 or $1,500 one for the 62. And it's 50% off for the first month. I think the discount was those prices that I read, the 62 and the 76 for the first month. So that's pretty good, $60. And so I like trading the 25K. So I'm a 25K kind of person. Those are my favorite to trade. I don't really do a lot of 50K trading. I feel like I struggle more when it comes to larger size. And so I think that's why I've always, I don't know, with the 25Ks, it allows me just to keep better, like stricter stop losses. All right, so that 65 is going to be kind of your last line of defense here. If you're watching Rico's, then after that, you would be looking for probably the 78 to 84 to hold. If for some reason, if you're caught in a short right now and it's pulling back on you like I was on me a while ago, this is why if I get put in drawdown, I'm always looking for those levels that, okay, this is where I need to cut my losses if it basically breaks this level. So, I mean, this kind of looks like a big bull flag on the 5-minute charts. So if we lose the 78 here with this push up, like if it looks like it's about to blast the 78s, I'm just going to close this on my runner because I'm not going to hold in drawdown since we've already escaped this drawdown once and we're already back up. So because I'm long bias once we're back above the previous, the pivot and the previous day high here. So you just need to wait and see what happens. Like I said, if you're holding a short and you're in drawdown, 78.84 is your, to me, would be my line in the sand. So, and it, man, that was another pivot hit, another previous day high hit. Hey, thank you guys for, are we close to the 300 likes? I think, like I said, man, you get over 300 likes, 288. We should have at least 12 more new people in here, guys. If you're enjoying the stream, smash the like button. It helps push the channel out there. See, you guys were smashing the likes. We're already back over 300 watchers. Sweet. All right, we're going to have to close this. We're already kind of breaking our line in the sand, you know, my line in the sand here for my runner. Is it trying to hold? It's trying to hold. I don't think it's going to, though. We've already hit these levels so many times today. So we will take probably like a $40 loss on our runner. Hold. Just need the body to stay below the levels. I try not to pay a lot of attention to the wicks because as long as the body of the candle is staying below, that's kind of what I look for. It's just whenever you start seeing basically the whole body's just blasting that level there. All right, looks like, yep. Yep. All right, we got to get out of that. All right, we got about 2 minutes and 30 seconds left. Nice if you're able to survive that with me. Nice, nicey. I mean, this looks like a big bull flag to me. I mean, that would have been your bull flag breakout there. I just would have been very iffy about taking it. Now, this is the same trade that I would have. If I take this next trade, this will be the third time that I've taken this same setup today and have constantly gotten put in drawdown. So we'll see. We'll have to wait another 2 minutes. We got 2 minutes left on this 5-minute candle. I'm not going to jump in, chase this 5-minute candle with 2 minutes left on it, because with these big wicks like this, I mean, you're looking at anywhere between what, 20 to 40 point wicks today. So we did leave quite a bit on the table there. Then your safe target's probably going to be 75 if you're able to get into this. So basically you want to see it hit the, oh man, we're still a lot of time left on this candle. That'd be your first whole number hit. It gets very iffy taking this at all-time highs, guys. So very, very risky taking this up there. You know, if you are going to do something like that, you would need to go in with smaller size, just a few micros, and just kind of add into it. Uh-oh. So there's your 25. So I don't know if anybody else here watches whole numbers. I don't usually take trades on them. I just use them more for trend than really taking trades on them. Remember, we like to use whole numbers. Like I said, never take your first entry into a whole number. You're always going to run into resistance most of the time. Look, we pretty much hit the 25. You're pulling back to 600. So this is normal price action off of whole numbers. So I'm hoping that if you're watching Rico candles, you should maybe get a wick back into that 84, 86. And then maybe we can get like a cheap trade here. I know if I try to enter this thing now, it's just going to freaking come back to the 86 and I'll have to DCA into this. Because this is the same, man, setup that I got caught in twice today already. Now that I'm not entering it, watch it just keep going. I mean, that would be first 25. Do we? Come on. Like I said, I know if I jump in, this thing's just going to end up pulling back to the 86 or 90 level. The one time I don't chase today, it's probably going to go. That's how it usually goes for us. So this, like I said, I have taken this trade this would be, if I take it here, it would be the third one today of this same exact area. And you can see it's just like constantly just running these highs and coming back down. Your safe target's even going to be this, what, 86 up there? Man, I just can't chase it. I mean, we got everything we were looking for. We hit the 25. We got the pullback to the 600. And that's really where your entry should have been. I was kind of anticipating a little bit deeper pullback into the 90s. But didn't quite get it there. All right, we'll look at the... All right, since we're just kind of waiting, I don't think I'm going to chase this unless it pulls back. We'll give it another minute. We got about 3 minutes to the top of the hour here. Myth is on vacation. He will be back Monday. Oh, my luck, he's on the holiday. Yeah, he'll be back Monday. Myth, sorry if I missed your things. Oh, at the 25, he likes to show the dog. Oh, goodness. I'm glad I didn't chase this because we're still just struggling to push up here. So, anytime you get up to these all-time highs, man, it gets super, super tough. All right, so since I'm not going to chase this, I will kind of show you the price action today from the opener. So this, remember a while ago, I brought this up a little bit yesterday morning during the morning stream with Tom and Terry about watching the 15 minutes. So this morning, so here's our 15 minutes. We broke out of the 15 minutes pretty much between the 9:15 and 9:30. We had the big push up. We pretty much pulled all the way back down into the 8 o'clock 15-minute candle before we pretty much just ran that 15-minute candle and just ripped back up over 100 points. So this is the where I talk about the morning time will repeat itself most of the time 2 or 3 days in a row. So now if you go back to yesterday, it's the same, pretty much same thing. So this would be your yesterdays. Remember, we open outside of the 15 minutes when the market opens. We push down. We ran the 8 o'clock 15-minute candle, just wick right past it. Then pretty much we ran the opener 15-minute candle. So this is what I was talking about, where price action just repeats itself. And now it does not look like this every day, but a lot of times if you can just kind of recognize that pattern, it's like, oh man, this is like the same setup as yesterday. That's the craziest thing about the opening. You get just those weird different patterns every day. Oh, you took the long? Yeah, I just couldn't pull the trigger, man. We were fortunate enough to get out of that last trade. I just didn't have it in me to pull this breakout. And this is actually a nice 5-minute breakout. The only reason why we didn't take it, see this nice little trend line 5-minute breakout? The only reason I did not take this because it was at a pivot and the previous day high. It was just no way that I could smash the button on that. So we just kind of sat on the sidelines. And so if you're fortunate enough to be in this, I would definitely be looking for 76. Now, I did have a resting short order up there around 93 earlier. There's a lot of consolidation up in here, and we may risk a little bit of profit, maybe 10 points or so up here around the 90s, and see if we can grab 10 points with a runner pull back into the 50s or 60s here. If you look to the left, there's tons of resistance on the backside. This is pretty normal APEC. I guess this should have almost been our price action for Friday because this is kind of the APEC Friday price action, where you're just having huge wicks, 30, 40 point moves back and forth, where it makes it super tough to get, what do you want to call it? Runners. Like that's what's been hurting my, what do you want to call it? Overall, to how much money I'm making on my accounts today because of the pullbacks with my runners. Then on my evals, we're holding too long. So like a while ago, we were up 70, 80 points and not taking profit. So we've gotten kind of railroaded on a few of those today from not taking profit. We're definitely in a pretty good size, nice range. I guess we really couldn't have been short until we broke the 450s, this last low. As you can see, we're just making lower highs all the way up. Now, I will try a short up here around the 90s level, where I have this box marked out. If you look to the left, there's a lot of resistance to the left up there from where we consolidated a few days back. If you kind of go back, you can see all these candles here where it looks like we consolidated. So we will sit and wait. We didn't even really get that, which I guess this would have been the hourly candle here. So the hourly candle did pay about 60 points. So where could we pull back? Is there anybody in the long right now? Or did anybody take the long? Or did anybody, hopefully if you did take the short with me, you were able to get out of the short because you wasn't over leveraged on that last short that we were in? I don't think they've done the giveaways. For some reason, I thought they did one giveaway a while ago. The duck races, they usually only do that one day a week, if I'm not mistaken. A lot of times they like to do that on Fridays. I think they did it during yesterday because Friday morning is going to be a short trading session. You're in long? Nice. Heck yeah. What's your final target on your long, if you don't mind sharing? Don't want to take you away from the... Okay. So there are going to be a duck race tomorrow. So duck races are pretty good. Not only you get to watch a duck race, you also get, like, I want to say they usually do 10 giveaways during the duck race. So that's pretty good. Yeah, it's always the person from the back end that comes out of the duck race. It's like the person that be on the very end, and they'll be like in 50th place. And right there at the last 25% of the race, they're getting the win. So like I said, there is a lot of resistance between 75 and 700 here. So if you're fortunate enough to get in long and take your profit up to there, I would definitely be trying to take profit. That way you're not, up 30, 40 points and it's just coming back to stop you out for no profit here. See, nice looking trend on the 5 minutes. Since I'm not sitting in a trade right now, I'm going to go back 3 more days and see what the opener looked like from 3 days ago. So what is this? This would have been the opener. So for that pullback, you didn't get the 8 o'clock 15-minute candle. This is probably your 15-minute pullback in this area here. So this would have been the 50% pullback on the previous hourly candle. So if you're new to my charts, I'm always watching higher time frames, and I'm always looking for, like, I kind of like to play with the Fibonacci a lot, or play around, using Fibonacci levels. And so we're always looking for like the 50, 60% pullbacks. So this one would have been kind of like where there's one of these price action where, this was what we pushed out, pushed down, pushed back up, back in the 15 minutes. I know the price action has been very tough this week. This is usually a very tough week of price action. Biking has been a game changer for me and my, oh, you're talking about lifting weights. I was like, man, you're out there cruising on the bike, watch phone trading. Nice. Cassidy or Cass, did you share what was your target you're looking for? Are you trying to get to the all-time highs up here at 76? Like I said, I will look for a short out of the 90s here. and we'll risk about 10 points. Up here where I have this box drawn out. And we'll just be looking for 10 points in a runner. Let's see. Guys, if you're just joining us, we need about 5 more likes to get to 300. Let's see her. Nice. All right, I'm going to go ahead and place my order up there. We're about 40 points off. And we'll just have it sitting there. And we'll give it, I don't know, 10 to 15 points of drawdown out of the 90s here. Now, if we push up here and we miss it, I won't take it on the second push, because usually that second push is usually what will get you if you're trying to take the 5 minutes kind of like support and resistant areas. You're kind of hoping it's like this price action where we're constantly running the previous day high, not the previous day, but the current day's high over and over. So if you're long and you're looking at this definitely would have been my final target, because I'm not really sure what's going to happen up here around a whole number. Most of the times on this first 90 push, I want to say not 100%, but most of the time you'll get a pullback back into like the 660s, 650s. And if you're looking at Rico, your 640 is kind of where you're 21. I haven't really looked at the EMAs today to kind of see where they're at. So as you can see, your 9 EMA is still all the way back down at 600. I mean, it wouldn't be pretty wild for us to go up there and hit 700, then pull all the way basically back down to the 9 EMA. And this is also another setup that I look for sometimes, which I haven't been watching the EMAs as much. So what did that 80? Didn't still quite run that previous day high there. Let me mark that out real quick. Or did we? Oh, we hit right at the 75. So yeah, the 70 to 75 should have been your probably the last take profit if I was in long. Oh, did I miss some matches? Sorry about that. What's up, man? How are you doing? Yeah, we're looking for a short up there around the 600s. We're up like 120 on this account. So we got $120 in profit that we can play with. And I'm willing to risk about 60 to 90 bucks. So most of the time, I don't know how often many of you guys trade around whole numbers. Trading around whole numbers is like one of my favorite things to do. You know, I've even, I brought this up, a few times where, I never take the first target into a whole number. Like if you're taking a trade, you don't ever want to short into like, say the 700s for instance, or your 675, because most time you're always going to run resistance around those whole numbers. Same with the 50 and the 25. You want to let it hit at least once. Then if it can trade through it, then you can look for maybe a long on the other side of the whole number. Because most of the time, if you go through the 75, you're going to at least get a push up to the next, 100 level before it starts pulling back. I don't know how many of you guys have ever watched that, but that is kind of like a repeat thing pattern that's over and over on the NASDAQ. So kind of like this one, how it hit 75, even though we had a 100-point pullback. I mean, you don't hardly ever get that. Most of the time you hit the 75, you're just coming back down to the 50. Then when you push back through, or if we already hit the 50, a lot of times you'll see me take trades around the 60 level. And this way, if we do break through the whole number, we're already in the trade. Thank you guys for helping us get to 300 likes. We appreciate it. And remember, if you're planning on using the MyFundedFutures for your eval account, use code YouTube if you're new to, especially if you're new to MyFundedFutures. If you're just now finding us. I want to say we're even almost, to 66,000 subscribers. So if you're new here, smash the subscribe button. We are live every day starting at 8 o'clock in the morning or 9 o'clock in the morning. Sorry about the time. I'm in Central Time with Tom and Terry. Man, do we attempt a 9 EMA trade? This would have been methodical. Methodical probably would have been jumping in off that 21 EMA, guys. So let's check my trading view. Give me a minute. I'm gonna pull over my trading view charts and see where we're at on trading view. So yeah, so we could definitely pull back down to 600, probably what, 43 back to the top of these wicks here. Let me mark these out. This here. Thank you, good sir. Oh, fast pay. I thought you said you got your payout. Nice. Yeah, there's nothing better than, you know, getting payout with prop firms that pays you right away instead of sitting around for a week or sitting around for 7 days just waiting to see if you are going to get the payout. That's the worst. Because, you know, especially after you put in all that hard work to get the account passed and whatever, you know, you spent on getting to your payouts. So there's not really anything for me to do right now, guys. We are consolidating. If you're into like taking these 5-minute wick bounces, now I have been, you know, I have done stuff like this on my evals, but these are not funded trade setups today. I do, you know, kind of like we had one of those questions yesterday. Do you trade different strategies? I can trade a little bit different with evals to compare to my funded accounts. And the difference with my funded accounts and evals is usually my stop loss. I usually keep a very strict stop loss on funded accounts. So I try not to risk no more than 20, 25 points stop outs. So like this morning, I was right on the trade. I had the right right direction picked, but with the wicks this morning yanking back like 30 and 40 points, I pretty much got my 20, 25 point stop loss hit within seconds. And then it just went up 100 points after it stopped me out. So it's been just kind of one of those days. And this is normal APEC Friday. This is basically your APEC Friday price action where you're just not getting the follow through. Okay, so Vince is doing a briefing now in Congress. Okay, so that kind of makes me, I think I'm going to take off this trade and wait a little bit more till it gets up there. Just the fact that if Vice President Vince is talking, I mean, as far as I know, he doesn't say stuff that makes the market move. I think that's more of a kind of like Trump thing or what is that? The new Fed speaker. Whenever we're having like our Fed talk and stuff like that. Okay, he's done. Okay. So even if we get tagged in, I want to say the most pullback that we can look for here is probably back in the 60s. Yeah, Kevin Woosh. I think I've been saying his last name wrong on his last name. We got Papa Wash. I like Papa Powell's name better than I like the Wash. I think Powell was a lot easier to rolls off the tongue a little bit better than the Woosh Wash. Oh goodness, that's pretty tough to say. They're stalling again. Yeah, I've never seen the amount of like the war news that's going on. I guess I've never seen anything like this before with all the different war talk. That's been pretty mind-boggling to me over the last few months. So it's kind of like peace deal, not peace deal, peace deal, not peace deal. Because I did get wrecked on one of those war candles last Friday. Like I was like, it made me want to cut off my charts whenever I got hit on that because I was so annoyed. You forgot about the grandma. Oh. But going back to that tweet last Friday, I want to say that thing gave me almost 40 points of slippage. Just don't. Okay. Yeah, I'll let you guys know whenever they drop the giveaways. Usually I'll hear a little sound in the background. Okay. Like I said, I'm not looking to short this at the moment unless we can get a push up to 700s. So we can see if we can stay in this range. You would think with all this consolidation here that we would stay in this range. If you're good at range play, today has probably been your bread and butter with the range. I mean, we can try range play because the way range play works, you just pretty much just do it until it fails. So what you're looking for is for it to run this wick here past 29 and then to start moving back up. And it may be easier on lower time frames. On the 5 minutes, I think it's a little bit difficult just because you get a lot of whipsaw action. So it makes it a little bit difficult to do this on the 5 minutes. So still did not run that wick. I mean, it's getting there. So that's kind of what you're looking for. It's like an instant like gratitude of 10 points. Okay, so you like the range. That is something that I've been trying to get better on because at this time of the day, there is so much range during this lunchtime trading session. Like the last few weeks, I don't really consider that normal like price action what we're getting. That's like, this almost used to be my cut time for trading most days because I know that this usually turns into range. Oh no, we're not even touching the shorts. We still did not run this wick here, guys. So, and this bottom of this wick is sitting at 28.29. No, it's ending early tomorrow. Today it should go to this normal time. So you should have Matt and Ash on after this. If you guys like, you know, if you watch Matt and Ash every day. So Matt should be on in the next, say 10 minutes, 10 to 15 minutes. And then Ash should be on directly after, Ash will be on directly after Matt. Yeah, big shout out to all you guys who came in the chat and helped us get to the 300 likes. So big props to you guys. And also thank you all for the guys who showed up to the morning stream yesterday and showed support for everyone. Like I said, I did not take that because we did not push. I was waiting for the wick down to try to grab that. So like I said, I do struggle with range. That is something that I've been working on. And also I've been doing a little bit more like scalping price action. I don't know if anybody's ever watched me do trade the Asia market. That is something I just started trading, I want to say back in December of last year. So we got about 6 or 7 months experience with the Asia market. It took me a while to get used to trading such slow price action. Thanks, love. We got about a minute left on this 5-minute candle. So let's just say this candle does not push down all the way and break this previous range wick. Because when you're doing range, you want to see it kind of clear the bottom of the range with the wicks. So maybe this next candle, because we got about 50 seconds left on the next 5-minute candle, maybe it will wick down for the move back up here. And right now we are in a 36-point range. So good size range if you're looking for like 10 to 15 points. And we'll just mark it out so we can watch it. All right, 30 seconds for a new 5-minute candle. So like I said, you want to see this next 5-minute candle kind of wick below here. And when you're playing range, remember, you play range and basically until it fails. Because remember, you're always going to have a losing trade in range because once the range fell, you know, you're just going to get blasted. So you just kind of have to know when to cut your losses. All right, about to have a new candle, and we may not even get this. This may end up going all the way back to the top of the range. Remember, another #1 rule when playing range, you do not want to buy in the middle. So you do not want to go long or short here in the middle of the range. All right. And I will place my order back up here at 93, just in case we do get the push up here. Man, it's still, all right. Let me place my order real quick, just in case. And I'm hoping the same style price action is going to continue up here. So if you're playing range, you would have been short from around the 60s, and you're basically looking for a move back down to range for anybody that's kind of new to range. So, or do we run the 75 wick? Oh, it's dinner time where you're at? Nice. All right. Let's see if we get blasted here. That's the first 80 push. For the pullback, you would almost think that if we do hit there, you would think that the 66 would be kind of your line in the sand. And I only say that because of all these wicks here you got lining at the 66. It's a day before the holiday. This is also rollover week. This is also OPEC Thursday. So most people don't trade this week. This is usually almost, I don't want to say a non-trading week for me, but I definitely approach this week with, I try to approach it with cautious. I swear I lose at least one eval every rollover week. I think we've lost one eval this week so far. It just seems like rollover week and the, what is it, Fed week and OPEC Friday, it always at least gets one eval from me. And we try not to even trade funded accounts during this week. So I think I've only taken maybe 2 funded trades all week. Oh, man, if this thing, I think 93 is really like pushing it. I feel like maybe 92, 91 might have been it. I don't want to, I don't want to give it too many pushes up there. If it gets over 25 points, I don't know if we'll take it because that'll be the second push and we might have missed it. So that's what I was looking for up there at that 90 level. Just a instant 10, 20 points. If I decide to take it, it's going to get iffy on the second push. Like instant 20 points. If you like to do scalping. I'll still risk 10 points on this push and see if we can get another. Oh, you're going for a big payout on your pro account? Heck yeah. Just remember to also pay yourself, Og. I think it's all good to go for those big payouts, but I think at the end of the day, you still need to try to pay yourself. If you do get into profit, you know, at least take out a little money. So this is also another level that I talk about too, that you never want to take the very first trade into, which is your 90 between the whole number, unless you just have a massive drawdown. This is more on the stage if you're like a scalper, if you're just looking for those 10, 20 point type trades and depending on your stop loss. Guys, remember tomorrow, I want to say the markets will be closing early tomorrow. Tomorrow is a federal holiday. Tomorrow is a Juneteenth day. I'm sorry if I'm pronouncing that wrong. Ooh, this thing looks pretty like it wants to push. I'm just looking for a quick 10 points. I didn't really look into the back of us. I knew there was a lot of resistance between the 80s and up to like the 720s, this big box that we have drawn out here. Time is it? All right, guys, I thought I heard the form drop sound. Or did we already do that? No. I don't think, oh, wait, yeah. I have to say, you're asking how was Magnus Day. Okay, I thought, like I said, if this ends up pushing back to the bottom of this range, guys, we just won't take this. It looks like I kind of missed the trade by 2 points. Myth is missing. Yeah. Unfortunately. So this is your normal 90 type price action here. Basically 90 back down to 60. So I spend so much time watching the NQ. It's not like you just get so used to the normal price action, just constant, just repeating itself. This is why I only like to trade the NQ. I spend at least 5 hours a day, 6 hours a day watching the NQ, and it's just repeat over and over pretty much when it comes to these certain whole number levels. Like I said, I don't know how safe this 93 hit's going to be on this push up. To me, I feel like I missed it. It hit the 91.25, so we missed our basically our entry by like 2 points on that. So good luck, chat. Hopefully everybody stayed safe today. I'm hoping next week gets back to normal. We can get away from the rollover week. We can get away from FOMC. We'll have another 3 months before we have to go through this week again. So I will try this 93 level and I'll give it 10 points. I'm just gonna make sure I keep up with time here, because this is the second push. The second push is never it's never the same from the first push. So here, I almost feel like I need to raise it up a little bit, but I remember if I look to the left, I had a fairly big wick over there at the 93, 94s. Push it. Oh, you typed this. Nice. So guys, if you're just joining us, if you wouldn't mind smashing the subscribe button. I can't really tell the exact amount that we're away from 66,000, but it should be pretty close. Appreciate you guys helping me get over the 300 likes today. It did help us push the stream over 300 viewers at one point of the day. So much appreciated. If you're green today, it's probably best you probably had walked away a little while ago. Sorry if you took that short with me and we had to sit through a little bit of drawdown. It did end up paying us, I want to say almost 60, 70 points, but that's the reason why I try not to go in too heavy when I'm trading with you guys. And I try to let you know how heavy I'm going in, just because, you know, if you get in short with a mini, it's hard to sit through 30, 40 points of drawdown, because you're looking at $1,000 worth of drawdown, where if I'm just in it for 2 or 3 minis, it's not terribly too bad. Dude, it looks like we missed that again by 5 points. All right, guys, we got the winners announced. Congratulations if you're one of the lucky ones. I would definitely save my account till Monday if you possibly all can. Tomorrow is holiday trading, so we never know what to expect during the holiday. And today was kind of OPEC Friday. That's where all this crazy chop come from. This is normal OPEC Friday type price action. This is one of the Fridays you usually get your account run trading on OPEC Friday. So if you're fortunate enough to walk away from this morning, you were able to catch one of these big moves. So like we only did 1 trade, 2 trades on fundeds, and the rest of the time it was just completely sitting on the sidelines. We definitely did a lot of watching this morning. So thank you guys for watching and supporting today. We much appreciate it. And next Monday, Myth should be back with us, so you guys won't have to listen to me talk the whole time. We'll get to go back and forth. This way we can get a little bit of Myth, what he sees and what I sees. I feel like we trade a little bit better when we're bouncing off each other, because we're both sharing ideas. It's always better to trade in the team. That's why it's good to come in some of these trading lobbies, especially if someone's sharing their ideas. You just don't want to get persuaded by the trading lobby. You know, if someone says I'm going short, don't just go short. It's just because someone else said go short. Because that's one thing that I get in my lobbies quite a bit. You're like, oh, I'm going long, I'm going long. Yeah, sometimes people are right. But, you know, if you don't know what someone's looking at, it's very difficult to trade that. All right, guys. Matt is ready to go. Get your rocket ships out and your sunglasses on. And smash the like button for Matt and the subscribe button. We are still going to wait here and see if we can get our short and welcome Matt in. Thank you, guys, and good luck the rest of the day.
Electric veins in the night. Feel the pulse, feel the vibe.
Hey friends, what's up? Good to see you guys again. I missed y'all yesterday. How's it going? Welcome to Thursday live futures trading here at MyFundedTV. Hello, friends. Good to see y'all. We are back. What an awesome week it's been, man. It has been so crazy. I've been like making payouts. I'll tell you, I've been clocked in. This has now fully been 1 month since I've been trading with this one firm right here, and I've made $52,000 in payouts my first month funded. Not bad for a month of work. My total pay in, I think, was close to 15,000 total to get here. So like to build all my buffers and all that, it was a little bit rocky at the start, but it's been a great journey. So that's at least so far 3 to 4x, and I keep going. Should be fine. All right. Hello, Matt. Why didn't you come? Wait, come where? You mean yesterday? They told me there was no stream yesterday. I'm doing something different over here. So I'm still here, you guys. I know y'all missed me. Oh, something in my eye real quick. FOMC day. How'd y'all do? Right? Crazy. I actually didn't even pay attention or watch it or anything. I never got to see K-Fed speak nothing. As soon as I was done streaming, I was out for the day. So I went, I had all kind of stuff I needed to do. But it being June, it's very important to know kind of what the dot plot's going on, because we get those projections. Now, there was some commentary that I read like later in the script. The transcript he was talking about how they're going to do changes on like Fed issuing forward guidance about rate cuts and stuff. That he's saying basically that they're going to try to stop doing that. I don't know what that means, but the way I interpreted what I was reading is that, how every single time we have the data that comes out and then there's the press conference, and the press conference is for them to like grill the Fed chairperson. The Fed chairperson has got to sit there and sweat it out because Wall Street investors are like listening to every single word. And the market becomes volatile off of that. It seems that his, I guess, MO now is to eliminate that effect, is to make it to where only data is what's talked about, and the Fed's going to like start limiting, or he's going to start recommending to everybody else that they limit offering forward guidance, right, to project, because there's such big variance in what the Fed projects but actually does. Like an example is, this is the dot plot. We get this all the time, and you can see that an example here, the uncertainty and risk and projection of the federal funds rate. This is telling you that the projections of where the Fed thinks will land in the history of the error or the confidence interval, which is the range at which where we do land versus where they say will land. And this is the average of that. So a confidence interval is to tell you, based on all of our historic guesses, this is how much we've guessed wrong over time. So let's apply that confidence range here. And as you see, as time goes out, the uncertainty always gets bigger, right? So 3 years out, there's a big range of what is expected to happen versus how wrong they kind of are. So you can see that the Fed's long-term projections are actually really wide. When you're talking about risk, you're talking about the interest rate, like they're like, yeah, we'll probably be at about 3.25, 3.5 long-term, but even 2 years out, plus or minus 2%. 2% is huge. That's almost double, right? So long-term projections of the Fed are relatively useless. I mean, it's almost, almost 100% sway. You're talking like a 3% plus or minus 2. Well, that's 66% up or down. That's a really wide range. So the Fed's like guesses cause a lot of volatility, and they're usually guessing wrong anyways. So it kind of makes a little sense if the whole idea is to pull back on, we're going to give you some forward guidance, because they're never really right. And even in the current year, they tend to have like been wrong historically, even almost a whole percent, or at least 0.5% to a whole percent. So on something like this, on a 3% rate, you're talking almost 25 to 30% error in the first year estimate. That's the confidence that's very bad. So the confidence is very low on how accurate they are at guessing this stuff. So the idea is that maybe that Wall Street just is so volatile in this press conference because people are asking them for like, hey man, what's your guess? What's your guess? What's your guess? And they spend half the press conference like saying, well, maybe this, maybe the data, maybe this. And everyone's like, but really though, what do you think? Rate cuts? I mean, we're going to look at the data. We're going to look at the data. And it just seems to be like this frictional sort of thing. So maybe that's what I'm getting out of that, right? They're going to try to limit forward guidance and stuff. Hold on one second. Hold on. So here, dot plots and projections come out every quarter. So this is the June release, right? And you can see how the Fed has projected differences between March and June. So in March, we had some numbers that came out. So the bottom row is all of March's guesses in March. And then in June, they release these every single quarter. June revises what they think 2026 is going to look like. And you can compare it to what they thought in March. So the way you read this is you can see, what did the Fed think the end of 2026 would look like last quarter and this quarter? And you can see how the Fed changes based on how the data plays out. Now, an example right now is that last quarter in March, they projected the fact that we would probably be close to 3% inflation. But then between then and now, PCE, CPI, PPI, all that stuff is going through the roof. So in June, they've revised their projection to be 3.6 by the end of the year, which is probably the case. Now, 2027, again, they're projecting a big dump in in inflation. So apparently they think this is just a 2026 problem, and therefore we're back on path to their 2% within 2 years, right? So that's what they think, but you never know. I mean, they get it wrong by a range of almost 100%, at least on the rate. And you can look at the variances of all the different estimates, and there's all these different, this is the diffusion index, I think, of risk weightings. Okay, so this is, let me go back to something I'm looking for. I think they have a variance of, no. Oh, here it is. Here's inflation. So the inflation number itself, they tend to, so this is PCE inflation. The median projection is where the median amount of participants believe we should be going. And then the confidence interval based on historical forecast errors. So they tend to even guess inflation wrong, plus or minus a whole percent as well at a 2% target, which means they get it wrong by 100% almost, or 50% almost, which is also really big when it comes to gauging inflation. Point I'm making is that the Fed, even in their own data, is kind of admitting that their guesses are pretty weak and they're not really that strong. And it's understandable because you can't really predict the economy, right? It's not terrible, but it's not great. And so the forward guidance causing all that volatility is maybe unnecessary. Maybe that's what K-Vet was talking about. We're going to stop letting the rumors and the projections run it and rather just let the data be the thing. So he said, I think I remember reading something. He said he's going to request that the other members also not try to lead the news or make announcements with like what they think is going to happen and just focus on. They also said they're going to do some kind of change to the dot plots, which I don't even know. I love getting these. I hope it doesn't go away, but we want to know where the Fed wants to vote in the meantime. And these guys if he's trying to be less transparent at sort of request of the president, that's my fear. I hope they don't start just getting rid of their future projections and they just say, let's just tell you where we think we're going to go in the next couple, right? I'd like to see how we're going. So I can only speculate what he means, but hopefully we still get projections in the longer run. So here's where we are now, right? 3.5 to 3 and 3.5 to 375. That's exactly where we are right now, right? They didn't change anything yesterday. Let me double check this. Yep, that's where we are. So 3.5 to 375. The majority of or I guess like the most consolidated area, each one of these dots is a kind of like it's a members vote where they think will be by the end of this year. And you can see that, you know, you don't know who's who, but you can kind of see where the bulk of everybody is. That way you can't blame one person for their vote. It's kind of anonymous here. But you can see that the most consolidated sort of cluster here, 8 of the committee members believe that we're where we need to be for this year. However, 9 of the committee members believe that we need to raise rates. So when you're kind of asking the question, do we raise or do we cut? It's definitely guaranteed now that the majority of the FOMC are voting for rate hikes. Did I say cut? I meant to say hikes. So rate hikes. 3 people think we need 1/4 point this year. 5 people in this camp of 9, which is the majority of the raise rates camp, believe that we need 2 50-point rate cut or 25 basis point rate cuts by the end of the year. Maybe 1 chunk, maybe 2 chunks. Powell was very, I guess, persistent in reminding us that we weren't going to do 50 basis points. We got a whole new regime here, so we don't know. Maybe they'll do it in one bite just to nuke it. But I would say that the fact that we have 50 basis points by the end of this year is crazy. Now, the 50 basis points or the 25 alone doesn't overwhelm this, but the majority of the FOMC committee believes that raising rates is appropriate this year. And the question is just by how much. If you want to look at the median of the rate hike camp, it's 2 cuts. I mean, so 2 hikes. You know, tongue-tied when I say this. So we're probably getting 2 rate hikes this year. And so because of that dot plot, you can see that the FOMC projections, the probabilities on the FedWatch tool have shifted to reflect 2 rate hikes, almost as a certainty at this point. Now, you guys remember, the blue is where the highest probability is on the distribution. People can trade contracts and bet on what the rate will be at the future. And so here we used to have the majority of 2026 at the not change. And then in December and January is when we started to see it move this way. This was all blue the whole way down. This was before yesterday. So we had the option of maybe 1 rate hike by the end of the year. And then this was about like maybe 20% that we get 2 by July of next year. So it was almost like one certainty that we got at least 1 hike. But now, since the dot plot came out and shows, well, 2 rate hikes are on the table, and look at this. It's almost an absolute certainty that we get a rate hike by September. Traders are now betting that it's coming quick because the dot plot is suggesting we get 2 this year. It's almost equal probability that the second one happens before the end of the year. So you can see that the probability is shifting very greatly towards rate hike number 2 coming in close to December. And there's also a spot on here when sometime below 2027, that second rate hike's coming in. So you can kind of say speculatively, if inflation gets worse, we're getting our first rate hike in September, our second rate hike probably in December. So back to back, right? 1 per quarter. How am I doing, buddy? I'm doing good. So that's what came out the Fed, right? And let's look at their projections, right? How off were they? I love reading this thing. It's so much fun. How off were they back then? I mean, remember, Jay Powell and his crew somehow were projecting 2.7% PCE and 2.7% core PCE inflation. And yet the last 3 reads, it's gone off the charts. So inflation is just stemming up. Whether it has to do with the Iran war, maybe. Has to do with tariffs, certainly. A mix of the two, of course, right? And oil prices come down, conflict ceases, then regular inflation caused by oil should come back, but also tariffs should sort of stabilize and normalize, and we should be on path. Clearly, the Fed's longer-term target always says 2% because that's their goal, is to hit 2%. But if this column doesn't say 2%, then they're not doing their job. Something weird's going on. Well, this is another thing. Change in real GDP, the GDP growth rate. In March, we were screaming, man. GDP was going nuts. What they're saying now in June is that the GDP growth rate is slowing down a little bit. So that has everything to do with inflation, right? If inflation's going up, people can buy less stuff. Therefore, companies do less sales. When they do less sales, they make less money. Then they pay people less or don't pay people as much on bonuses, and they spend less. and then other people pay less, and it slows down. So inflation can slow GDP down a whole lot as people are producing less because people aren't buying as much, right? So that's it. And unemployment rate seems to be okay. There doesn't seem to be any real change in non-farms and unemployment situation. So that's kind of good. Right. As one of the biggest components of GDP is consumer spending, right? And with inflation, consumers are just spending less. We know that. Okay. So Fed is showing still growth, but slowing. And this could be noise at the time. This is still not terrible. It's just slightly slowing. And it's because inflation's going up. And you can see the impact of that change in their perception of inflation and how much you're expecting GDP to slow down by, which is totally fine. Totally fine. Other than that, market's pretty chill. We absorbed that news pretty poorly, I would say, immediately, but the market got back to rallying off of it. But let me tell you something, okay? We got evidence that the bull market back is now hitting a wall again. Remember when we were rallying way back in the day? And I told you guys, bull market's here, bull market's here, bull market's here. Remember? And on this show, right, on this day, I said, uh-oh, bear market could be here. Then we crash. And then on this day, I said bull market's back on this day, and bull market is back, right? And we rolled in fine. However, the warning signs are back again. Bull market is threatening again, being on the edge. Now, we have expiration tomorrow. It's Thursday, but because of the Juneteenth holiday, expiration is tomorrow for equities. And it is June, so it should technically be triple witching. So here's the problem. Right now, we've manifested another bear zone resistance starting next Monday. All of a sudden, the bull market has immediately been interrupted again with the same warning sign we had before when I said, uh-oh, bear market could be here. And I'm saying it again, uh-oh, not so good. Now, you have bull side getting stronger and bear side getting weaker, but leading into expiration, there's a new regime right here in this new September contract of bearishness up in here. There's a ceiling, okay? Anytime monthly maps reveal that you're in that bear ceiling, there's likely resistance. And today, the ratio is starting to plunge a little bit as a lot of stocks have been selling. Now, the way we get out of this is that this makes its way here by next week and we're good. But if not, Monday is back to being bearish. And at the end of the week, there's bull liquidation. So it kind of comes a little weird. Now, don't be scared. Expiration can lead to this sort of hedging, right? You can have a lot of puts there. People have puts into the expiration that they get out of. Who knows? Expiration is here. This is next week's puts. But when we come back on Monday and the market opens, we want to make sure we're not in bear zone. If we are on Monday, then we have another wave down. Although it's too liquid to crash, this is the recipe for choppy market. Okay. So when you have this like twofold sort of bull side and bull side, but you have a bear ceiling here, then it tells you another wave down, but still too bullish to crash. Y'all see that? So we have the same warning sign that we've had before appearing again next week. Now, after monthly expiration, we've seen the maps drastically change after the expiration mechanic has done its thing. But I would be very careful, okay? I'm actually going to try to tweet this so I can, do what I always do on this. Draw the picture. Let me draw it for you guys. Actually, let me draw with two different colors. Let's do green. Here. Actually, that made it a little better. I always like to tweet it so I can be the first one to say it. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Something's happening. Right? So I'll do that. You ready? Actually, let me put the whole chart on there. Let me also... Remember, it doesn't count unless other people see you do it on social media, okay? Ooh, do I want to short that yellow line? Nah, I've been scalping all day. All my accounts hit max profits, so I'm good. But let's draw red here. All right. So what becomes possible is another wave down. Like shoom, shoom. Right? That's how I read this. So I'm not like generational long. Let's jump in right here. We got to get the long done right now. You know what I mean? All right. Always, always, always got to make the tweet just in case. Oh, so like last night was a pretty good trading day. I maxed out on all of my... Maybe I could make a trade here. Did I want to kind of maybe short the yellow line earlier? I thought about it. With some micros. I'm like way late, so I'm like 30 points away from that though. I kind of wanted to like fade this a little bit. But I think my indicators all went bullish, so now. I did this last night, was pretty simple. These accounts right here, two of these need to make, I just flipped $250 the minimum day. I've got such a buffer in them. I just flipped 250 times 5, take the payout. These two and this one need to make $1,000 at 40%. So these are each making 333 each. And this one, I had the target set to 1,000-ish. I need $1,300 to get to the next payout. So this guy gets a payout. These guys have one more day to pay out, or 2 more days to pay out, and these guys each have 2 more days to pay out as well. And then I just whipped up a random eval, which is the $800 you see on the screen, just an eval, because I can only have 5 fundeds. These zeros are all past evals, and I just had one extra one just so I can trade something. Entertain you fine folk on the stream. And it feels like I'm hearing through the grapevine that we've signed something with the war, like it's kind of resolving a little bit better than before, or that we're going to sign, or that maybe we're going to sign. There's no $300 billion payment to Iran by the U.S. That's fake news, according to Trump. All kind of weird stuff. So apparently we're kind of working everything out. Iran's supreme leader is going to issue a message shortly about the end of the war. Very cool. SpaceX. Oh, I know. Oh yeah, SpaceX fell like 10% today, didn't it? It's been falling pretty hard. I think it's been a big old 9% today. It gave back almost all of its gains since the first day. Interesting. I don't know, man. Oh, ARB is negative at top yellow line. Should I just thumb it with 2 micros? I know I have a really, really horrible entry. Let's do 3 micros. Since I maybe I should speculate on that. But the problem is that with ARB being negative, can we just get to there? I don't think it's a good short, but I'm just getting bored, and this is an eval, and I don't care. I think I've been meaning to maybe try to take that play earlier. I made this so all morning. I did that trade, and I actually shorted 2 times today, and then I did this trade. So that's all I did today. I was short right at the open, MHP. I actually was short in the S&P, and I got that move there. And then we rallied up, and then I took a short right here with some micros, which is the same thing. Pretty simple. Like I said, just put a couple micros on it, build a medium-sized position here. Was signed electronically. Did they use DocuSign for the war resolution? Did the supreme leader of Iran have to like click here and then click next and initial here, click next, initial here? Did they sign papers electronically when it comes to making deals between countries? Auto pen. I don't have good evidence that this is a good short, so I don't think that's a greatest idea. But it's possible that we do yellow to orange again, with ARB dropping a little bit and rest sort of pulling back a little bit. S&P. I've been watching to see if any of the bigger stocks are breaking through half cap or anything like that. Nothing yet. Everything's still pretty solid. But I think going into tomorrow or tonight, a little bit of selling pressure. Just one more scalp. I don't think it's a good idea, but I just put some micros on it just to try something. And boy, my 654. I feel like such a noob with my trade right at the bottom. So let's play at the cost basis here. All right, let's just build a little higher. Let's move this around a little bit. I want to get it closer to here. So essentially my bet is here. If we overshoot 40 points, I'll slam it with some minis just to get it back down into there. I put that at 7 now, which is my initial 2 plus 5 more, and we'll see what happens. Evidence is still not there for a sell-off, but the bigger resistance there leads me to believe that it's entirely possible. We've been kind of flirting with negative ARB for a little bit. Resiliences are positive as of here, which means we're still supporting in there. So the likelihood is not that good. We'll probably still support there. But the idea is some stocks are on the edge, and I'm betting to see if they do fall. So getting ahead of it. Meta right on the edge of resistance. Nvidia overshot. More like usually stocks get back on the same side of MHP most days. ABGO kind of sitting flat, not really resistance or anything, but Google, MHP. Tesla below MHP. That was the big pump. Yeah, it was yesterday. I know. I'm just checking it out with you guys. Do you go to Rocket Scooter to take the boot camp dent side? Yes. So the boot camp is available on our website, and the videos are either on the website or in the Discord. Yeah, if you're interested in taking the boot camp, it's only $20 and it's 20 classes, so it's $1 per video. Very inexpensive and very useful to learn my style of trading as far as risk management, how to find pivots, how to set up trade plans, everything. I use this strategy. Everything I do, I use this strategy, everything I do. Contest, props, real account, all of it. It's the same strategy. Slightly different, but yeah, another warning sign of bear resistance. Like I said, I just put some micros on it. I don't think we have the power to rally up and break through that. Now, with a bettering resilience and bettering nature of things, I don't have any evidence that we find lower lows, so I wouldn't bet for that. And I don't normally short above DD band upper is one of my rules, but I am trading an eval, so I wouldn't be risking anything serious right now on this trade. It's too much of a coin flip. What I want to see is I want to see orange line here below 0, orange line here below 0. This is a general resistance or bearishness. This is a resistance off of here. So if this line is less than 0, there's going to be pull pressure from here. If this line is also less than 0, then the chance of it breaking that is really high. If resilience is greater than 0, then the chance of us bouncing there is really high. So I look at all of that together as how myself are probably maybe one more leg down. And maybe dynamically it can ship by the end of the day, but this is just an eval and these are just micros to keep it light. Not the strongest play, but a play. And I'm trying to get ahead of what stocks are maybe doing. Some stocks are on the edge. And the question is, maybe we still rally pretty hard today, but I think tonight is going to be a whole different story. There's a half day tomorrow because of the holiday. So you get up, you trade in the morning. I will be streaming in the morning. I don't know if there's a stream here. But I won't have I don't think I'll be here in the afternoon because the market's closed. But we'll be streaming on my channel tomorrow, and tomorrow afternoon we'll be streaming on my channel. It's going to be me and the team just chatting with you guys like as friends, hanging out. SpaceX shorts on August 10th and 11th. I don't know if I would short SpaceX. Honestly, I think that it's trading kind of like a meme stock. I feel like people are, if the market's bullish, it's going to be a hot bull stock. I don't know. I think it was pretty hyped out the door, but I don't like to speculate on individual companies. It's so hard to guess what people want or don't want something. I don't know enough about SpaceX's profitability or, health to really even care. Somebody tag somebody what? Question. Somebody had a question, right? I think that it's pretty popular. I mean, it listed at what, like, or the IPO was what, 135, trading open at what, like 150, something like that. And we're trading at 180. We just had this like very, 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 very strong accumulation period on Monday, and then people are just taking profits on that. But the fact that we're trading above the high on Monday is still a good sign. Or sorry, the high of the launch day is still a pretty good sign. This is expected in IPOs. This, if we close, even though we've lost a lot, this is great. If we find equilibrium and satisfy there, then there's huge demand for this. Oh yeah, I think my trade is getting squeezed. Hold on. Dang. Well, I'm just trading micros on an eval. I don't even care. All right. I wanted to get a good cost basis up here. I'm allowing myself to go to 740. I'm going to smack it real hard. There's no end to this pump. Not today. Probably tonight though. I think tonight we open and just continue to fade. I'm just trying to catch a hook here, betting on if stocks turn around, which I don't know if they will. All right, 40-point overshoot. I'm not going to get in too early, but I'll smack it really hard. This is an eval. I'm just goofing around with an eval. Just a bet that we're here. I don't think it's a strong bet, like I said earlier, but it is a bet. Yellow lines are always coin flips. I always tell you guys that it's not the strongest play. My bet was it was looking good when we had this negative arb, but it seems to be flip-flopping a lot. So what I'm going to do is cast a wide net, just kind of take it easy for now, and allow myself to add to the position slightly higher. I'm cool with 7. I mean, I'm still green in this account for the day, but 740. Actually, 750. I'll give it like 10. I'll give it a little bit more fat, but about 750. I'll smack it one more time just to bet that we get down here by the end of the day. Semiconductor too strong. Yeah, it's too strong. It's lifting today, so I don't think we'll get a fade today, but I think we'll get one tonight. But this trade's proving to not be the. Remember, the yellow line's a coin flip, so here it's bouncing off of it. It's probably going to rally from it, but if we fall back below it, then we should be golden. But we'll see. Better look at the semis. Yeah, it's a pretty hot semiconductor day today. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Oh, it's fighting. But also another thing is that the S&P resistance I was looking at is also the upper band. It's good enough to break through and keep going. I just don't know if today's the day that's gonna keep pushing super high. I think the pump is still kind of there. VIX is still kind of elevated and still closing elevated. Also today, unless it dumps, is still above this triple B and not pulling back. But I think tonight, we might see some selling tonight. And it might be the end of the day before we see anything. Maybe not tonight, but maybe not today, but maybe tonight. Like, I think that it's still possible that the open pulls us back down to about there, and then we sort of expire in the choppy range in the middle. That's my guess. Yeah, put this up here. That 415 level, I think, is what I would think we would need to test by tomorrow. We're living historical times, so we said, like, unusual market conditions. It would have been a short, but due to the extraordinary conditions, we're just breaking the highs again. It's not really, it's just choppy weather. It's chopping up and down. There's plays on both sides. Both the longs and shorts have been good. Liquidity pocket's been beautiful today. Just pop, 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 pop through there. Yeah. IB Crush tomorrow? Tomorrow, yeah, I think so. I think tomorrow we'll experience a little bit of that, which will mean that's what I mean. Like the market just, I think we gap down tomorrow for IB Crush into this expiration. If that's the way the structure is next week and it's bearish like it looks, then we could see the market. We can see the market respond as early as tomorrow. But if it rallies through it and then we make our way to the bull side of things and we're back to normal, and then we're fine. Now we just wait and see how this turns out. It might, like I said, S&P is probably going to pop one more time. And then, of course, if it keeps going, I think, honestly, let me tell you, I think it's probably going to be today. It might actually finish up here. This might be the case. I might get squeezed on this. That's the case. Just eval. I'll attempt one more time. When this hits here, this will hit. And I said about 50, but by proxy. This will probably be, if I can get anything, it's off of that. So I'll smack it a little bit harder right on the edge. I need to get my cost basis way up. I'm 667. It's just a terrible cost base. It's gonna be much better. But if I add here, then I only move it up to like 80, 85. So I want to get up to like 50 and really smash it and then get it right to there. That was me getting in on that early. I should have got in at a better spot, but it happens. What's up, guys? What's up? What's up? How was today's trading? Today's trading was pretty good. Isn't today expiration since tomorrow's close? Did I say tomorrow? Today's Thursday, right? Oh, wait, today is expiration. I'm such an idiot. Today is expiration. What am I talking about? Today is expiration. Yeah, today's Thursday. I thought I'm still thinking today's Wednesday. My bad. Yeah. Today's expiration. God, I'm such an idiot. Don't listen to me. Don't listen to me. This is Thursday. Yep. Today's monthly expiration. Man, all day today I'm thinking it's Wednesday. Oh my God. No, I know it's because of the holiday, but I'm still thinking today's Wednesday. I'm in my head thinking I'm going to my Wednesday night gym today. Everything in my head is like today's Wednesday. It's Thursday, you guys. It's Thursday today. Where'd the week go? How do I scalp? I have volume pivots. I scalp from all these lines in my charts are volume pivots, and I try to make determinations around the areas where I want to scalp it based on what I see in these indicators down here at the bottom. Here's you thinking it's Friday, dude. I'm telling you, I'm streaming tomorrow though. Anyways, tomorrow's Friday, so I'll be streaming in the morning. And Brad and I don't think Neon will be there. I talked to him. Just maybe me and Brad will be tag team in the afternoon, just hang out, maybe a co-stream, chat with you guys and hang out. I don't think we have a show tomorrow afternoon. And I'm not sure. Mods, do we have a show in the morning for the holiday? I'm sure they'll probably be doing something in the morning, but if not, we'll be live. You guys can come hang with us. Tomorrow, market opening. So tonight, it ends at 11:30. Okay, yeah. So tonight is going to be Goldbex will open tonight, and we'll trade through the night and into the morning. And at noon central, the Globex will halt, and then trading day is over, and then it will halt through the weekend, and then Sunday night, it'll open again. And then all of this is Monday. So tonight, tomorrow morning, half day, Sunday night is all Monday's trading day. How do giveaways work your first time here? They drop a form and you fill out the form and then it gets you into the giveaway. That's how that works. All right. Squeezing on an eval, walking back to zero. Make sure this is this is fine. This can afford to. This is just, it's got $4,500 to draw, and ain't no way I'm gonna mess that up with a micro. All right, that's my target here. Probably not a great idea, but let's smack it good. Had the micros. Y'all wanna go ham? This now again. This is not the greatest idea in the world. I am trading an eval that I just to have some trades on here. This is not the smartest play. Let's get to 740. Get up there. Now I'm going to be patient. Let's hit it good right here. Oh, S&P hit the target already. Okay. Come on, give me some more green. Come on, there's a wave of green. Come on, go higher. Go higher. I'm just allowing a 40 point overshoot of this little range right here. Again, I don't think it's a good short, to be honest. But it is sort of choppy enough. Indicators aren't that strong for this. Okay, let's get a little higher. I'm still not adding to it yet. I'm giving it some more room. We're just kind of like where I keep my position size really small when I know I'm doing this just to cast. Like I end up getting in right there. It's a horrible place to get in. Wait, where did my indicators go? Oh, I deleted them for this. Oh, that's why. Okay. I was like, I was missing something. Here it is. Okay. Because I knew it was a terrible entry and it could be wide and go against me. That's why I put in just a handful of micros and then I added a little bit there. And now I'm waiting to add a whole lot here just to get my cost bases really close to this. And then I can even walk away with some profit if it does pull back. So let's fight one more time at this area. We did fill the gap and all of our indicators are positive. So it indicates we can still keep going. That's why I'm not going to smack it yet. Somebody said 100% win rate is the key. That's the key to being a good trader, huh? 100% win rate. I have a tried and true strategy that will guarantee 100% win rate. I don't know if I should tell you guys. I don't think you guys deserve to know it. Y'all want to know it? I do have something that never loses. I have something that I never. There's a trade I do that's never lost once. Like literally never lost one time with this one setup. Should I tell y'all? Shut up, Mike. Mike, don't spoil the punchline. Not trading. Sitting out. It's Pickle. Not trading. Damn it, Mike. That's it. No, seriously. Not trading. Never loses. That's the 100% win rate strategy. Sitting out. Sit on your hands. Never loses. I've never lost a single trade by sitting out. It's a fact. Y'all are so smart. Damn it, Mike. Mike's smart. See, he gets it. Also, there is something that also hasn't lost, but this is actually a real thing. In the history of the commitment of traders, I love this chart, by the way. In the history of forever in the S&P, when the dealers, like the dealer intermediary right here, market makers, when the market maker net position is greater than 0, in the history of this report, the sell-off market stops selling. The sell-off market stops selling. The sell-off market stops selling. Sell-off market stops selling. Markets have bottomed every single time in the history of the stock market when the dealers themselves are net positive on futures. Now, this is a larger range sort of thing. It's not like an actionable trade you can do. Like, okay, this is the go. Let's short it or let's long it. Doesn't work like that. But in the history of the COT report, every single time the dealer position, it's only happened 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 times in history. Markets don't ever crash out unless dealers themselves are negative. So when markets selling off and the dealer position's positive, the selling has stopped. Here, 2022, dealers positive, selling stopped. Right here, try to come down, dealers are positive, selling stopped. So this actually worked every time too. As a general, about where the recession or sell-off is over, on like a multi-year sell-off, this is really good at that. So there it bottomed, there it bottomed. Here, it actually bottomed here, and then when dealers went negative again, then the market did sell off. So this is the one time you got faked out and then it went negative again. So as long as dealers are positive, the bottom is in until conditions change. And this one, the conditions have changed. For the most part, that kind of works every time too. And it makes sense, right? When the banks are holding when the banks are long the market, you know, they set the price at that point. They have the inventory. So when you hold the inventory, you're not going to drop the bid on your own positions. Is that copying Nancy Pelosi? Yeah, that also never wins. I mean, that never loses either, right? So that's a cool strategy as far as like part of my finding market tops and bottoms strategy. I always use the COT. It really helps at finding bottoms. But it's not like you can say right now is the bottom. You can say, well, this is kind of the bottom. And then for the next couple of months, and I start trying to shift my focus of, okay, how do I get in on the dip safely in this volatile environment? I'm not getting any pullback evidence here, even though it's suggesting, Matt, just add to it. Matt, just add to it. For me, I only like to short from higher highs, and I only like to add to my position on higher highs. So even though it looks like it's coming down, I'm still okay with the 7 that I had. I'm totally fine. But if I get like in just a second, like a green candle spike up to there, I'll fire 2 minis at it right there. And then I'll move my stop to 50 and then I'll let it ride. I'll break even very quickly if I do 2. Other than that, the 7 micros I had is adequate enough in case it does fall from here. But you guys went through my boot camp. Remember I taught you guys how I like to cast a wide sweeping net. The only reason I'm trading is to demonstrate how I do it. I got in late because I wasn't paying attention. But once this went negative, I got in. I wanted to get in there, but I accidentally got in there. Then it popped up to there. Then I added 2 more or 4 more. So I had 3 plus 4 is 7. And that was it. And then I was waiting for it to really overshoot to hit it with 27. That's the goal. So I do like a small, a slightly bigger small, and then I'll hit it with the big medium up there. And even so, do you see how like I'm not exactly trying to get the market right, but I'm able to hold through the volatility. I'm still green for the day. My position size is small enough to know that it can go up to there, and I'm still kind of not upside down. We went all the way to there, and I'm still almost at break even, right? I choose 7 because in my head I'm tallying the math. But right, it's choppy, so I'm gonna take a wider, smaller bet to hold through the chop, right? I'm not trying to get the trade exactly right. Choppy market, I'm trying to get it kind of right. It's a really good mindset to have. And see, now I can say, you know what? Hey, I can decide right now, and I'm probably wrong on the trade. Let me cut it out. And I'm still green for the day, right? Do y'all find that my position entry techniques are helpful to you guys? Choppy market, you don't want to be, okay, let me get in, let's short, right? You want to kind of like, let me build a position around this general area as it chop, but I need to have a smaller position to hold through it, right? So that's really the trick to trading well. Markets aren't going to be sharply pivoting, and you can't get it exactly right. Sometimes it overshoots. So I always try to enter like slightly below, slightly above, then slightly near my stop. And that is from the boot camp in a volatile market. And we do have VIX above triple B. I do the same all the time. Small, small, then I'll hit it really big. When I hit it really big up here, it's not going to take much for me to break even, right? If I hit 7, I hit 4 times the amount right here near my stop. Then my cost basis goes right up here to like 720. And then I could already be in the green off of that and then trim out back to my original position. But it's allowing it to go a little bit higher. If I changed it out, but we'll see. But I'm cool, right? I held the 7. It went through. Now it's coming down. If it continues to fall, then I've made something with those 7. But I'm not like eager to add to it too early. Like you might right here and be like, ooh, it is selling off. Let me go ahead and add into it, right? I always add to a position to raise the cost basis or lower the cost basis where I want it to be. My first position was here. My second position is here. It'd be absolutely dumb for me to add to it there. We're like, but Matt, you can make a whole lot more. The goal is not to make a whole lot more. The goal is to protect what I have. So if it falls, I'm going to make a pretty decent amount. Now, again, this is an eval, so I'm not technically making anything. But if I were to wait for a better cost basis, the goal is to move my cost basis higher, not to make more by getting the trade right and adding risk at a weird spot. This is a weird spot to add risk to. Anyways, guys, we're getting close to the end of the show here. That's what I need to get better at, Matt, building a position rather than just entering position at once. I'm going to tell you, and this is straight honesty from like my point of view, that is the only key to success. If you're trying to guess at the stock market, okay, I'm long here. Let's go. Please work, please work, please work. You're going to be 50-50, losing half the trades, winning half the trades, making big losses, big wins. You're not going to have nobody's able to predict the stock market. So if you just like, this is my trade, let's go, you're not trading right. You have to learn what you said you learned. This is not just you, everybody here. You have to learn in a non-volatile market, you might hit a pivot and get lucky and then it runs. But it's really hard to predict which pivot you land at. Sometimes you got a bunch of them clustered together. So play around all of them. Try to be less accurate and more, this is kind of the area that I want it to turn around and not, this is it, let's go. And and when markets are even more volatile, you have to make smaller, even wider bets. I've always, like I said, the strategy has made me building a position around a level and managing your cost basis has been a way of me turning losers into winners. See, even here, I'm losing a trade, but I'm losing it in a manageable sense that I know I'm in the right position, that the allowed volatility that I'm allowing is not even making me upside down. Like right on the edge, I was breaking even. And that's why 7 was chosen, right? Had I jumped in with 2 minis, I would be really red right now. Do I trim out when P&L goes to 0? So the goal is, here's what I would do. I go in a second. So I got in late like an idiot because I just got in late. I was like, fine, but I'll manage it. Once I got in here with it's just 3 micros. And then I just said, okay, let me add 4 more because I know when I get to my stop, I'll break even. I already knew how far I was going to cut out. And that when I got there, I would basically break even for the day. That's why I added 4 the second time. I kind of did a quick math calc in my head. So what I would do is if it went up to here, I would add 20 more. And that'll bring my cost basis of adding 20 to 7, which is roughly 3 times the amount. My cost basis would move up 25% between here and the first entry. So right about here would be my cost basis. And then the minute it falls to there, I will start trimming out what I put in. And therefore, I've moved my original 7 right to that spot. And then I got a better cost basis. So like I'll dig out of the hole. I know I got to go. Ash is going to be here in a second. I'm going to dig out of the hole right here. And then the minute it goes in the money, I start immediately trimming closer to my original position. So I don't get in like, okay, 27, let's let it ride. When it does fall back through here, I still want to be in my original 7. Let's just do it real quick. This is an eval, I don't care. Maybe if Ash can wait one more minute. Let's let this guy pop and I'll show you the trick. Hold on. I wish it goes higher. I'm waiting for it to go higher. And I'll do this on an eval just to show y'all. Watch this. Actually, let me do it with micros because it's here. So say it just popped, and let me do it here, right? I don't know what the limit of these micros are. I probably should get a better cost basis, but I'm kind of rushed on time here. Let's pop the 40 and then I'll smack it good. This is just demonstrating. Okay, let's go. Go to 40. Okay, ready, smack. Not a great trade. Don't copy what I'm doing, guys. I'm just demonstrating position management, right? So there we go. Now I've changed my cost basis from 7 to 27. Now watch what I can do really quick. And I'm sorry, Ash, I'm cutting your time. Well, if I get a dip, I'll just show you that I'm gonna cut this out, and then I'll get my cost basis closer to here. See, right now my cost basis is already at 712, right? And it's not a good trade, so I might not get the sell off. But if I added 5 more, now I'm at 714. Now watch. If I get some red, I'll start trimming. And I got my cost basis now at 714. Matt's gonna hate me. All right, Matt, give me like one more minute. Matt, I love you. I'm trying to show something. Just give me some red. Give me some red. Give me some red. You guys get the gist though. Like an ad there. Let me just show you there. Like, okay, cool. Let me start trimming now that I got some red. Now you see how I've moved my cost basis back to 727. Now I have 17. Once it falls through, I'll jump back down to 7. So it popped up. I added to my cost basis. Now I'm trimming back down. Now I'm green. Now I'm in a better spot. My cost basis was moved to 727. And now I'm in a bigger spot. Now watch me go to the original 7, right? Let's go to the original 7. There we go. Now the original 7 is now at 27. So I just got in really heavy, got red, close to mountain, and moved. Now I wish I had more time. I would have let it fall a bit further. But here's Matt, ready for you guys. I'll see y'all later. I got to go. Love y'all. We'll see y'all tomorrow.
Hey, good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back to another PM session with myself, Ash Trades. How's everybody's week going so far? How's everybody's day going so far? Very excited to get back on here with you guys. Another day, another chance to gain some more conviction in our business. What's up, everyone? What's up, team? How's everybody's week going so far? Very excited to get back on here with you all. Let's see what we got going on here this afternoon. Just going to take a moment to welcome everybody into the stream, and then we will get into some of the information. Who do we got here this afternoon? Let's see who showed up today. What's up, Mr. 21? How are you doing today? Funded Shabham, how are you? Abhishek, good afternoon. Bulls and Bear, how are you doing today? Corb Trades, good afternoon. El Barreto, how are you today? Lakith, good afternoon. What's up? Trevor, how are you doing today? Smoke Trades, good afternoon. And Ascent, what's up? Luke, good afternoon. Reading the numbers, what's up? How are you? Sorry if I say this wrong. Feel free to correct me if I do. Carisi, maybe? Good afternoon, Carisi. Adam Daz, how are you? Goku, what's up? Augie Official, how are you? Melvin, what's up? Susurito, good afternoon. MMNQES, how are you doing today? What's up, everyone? Very excited to get back on here with you all. Let's see how you guys are doing today. Throw a 1 in chat if you're green on the day. Throw a 2 in chat if you're red on the day. And throw a 3 in chat if you did not trade today. How's everybody's day going? Are we green? Are we red? Did we not trade? Where's everybody at for the afternoon? As you can see here, nicely green on the day for me. We're going to talk about these executions any moment here. A beautiful $2,200 made on the live account this morning. Yes, we are talking about the live account that was from last year. We are still in the live account. We are still trading in the live account. Yes. Slow is smooth. Smooth is fast. Patience is truly a virtue. Quality over quantity. We do not need to be churning and burning, right? It's so much easier to make your income greater than your expenses when there are less expenses. Imagine being in the same live account for more than a year. You don't have to purchase evals if that's the case. So let's talk about it, because it is the same thing day in and day out. And this is all that it comes down to, is showing up, conducting that process right there with strictly defined risk management. If you can follow your rules, if you can follow your risk management, and if you can carry that out over an extended period of time, that's going to be the reason why you can stay in your accounts. So let's go through it once again. Yes, it's going to sound repetitive. Yes, it should be repetitive. It should be defined. It should be repeatable, and you should be able to identify it and execute it in real time. That's when you know you have an edge. Now, before I actually get into the analysis, one last comment about that. An edge is only going to be as good as its operator. Yes, you. Okay? It doesn't matter what model you have if you cannot control your emotions, if you cannot control your actions, if you cannot control your thoughts. Doesn't matter what model you use. You're not going to be able to operate. Okay? So an edge is only as good as its operator. You have to conduct the process. Okay? What's Tom the Barber? Yes, I told you. My lifelong dream is that Tom could someday give me a fade. All right, nice little skin fade on the sides, line me up on the beard. Everybody knows when we have our MFTV meetup, I'm going to sit down in the barber chair and it's going to be Tom showing up. We're going to crush some positions at New York Open while getting a haircut at the same time. So somebody relay that to Tom. Let him know. I got to figure out when I'm allowed. Is it Hungary or is it Turkey or is it, where is it again? I need to go across the pond so I could go visit Tom. That way we could do our haircutting New York Open session. Hungary, right? I thought it was Hungary. All right. Let's take a look. First things first. All right. Let's run through this. That way you can see all of the decision making, all of the reasoning, all of the logic. This is exactly why this position happened. Ready? Starting with time. All right. So focusing on New York Open, we know that I don't even need to create a bias until we're heading into New York Open. So first things first is time. Focus on executing at the opening times. Okay. So this position was at New York Open. All right. Number one, checked off. Number two, bias. We've gone over this 1,000,001 times. Here you go again. On the daily time frame, right? You can see that I'm on the daily chart. On the daily chart, price just tapped into a bullish fair value gap. Okay, if we are tapping into a bullish fair value gap, that's where I want to be bullish, right? So it's very clear, in my opinion, having a bullish bias this morning, looking at this as an internal to external move, right, from the bullish fair value gap for a move higher to the swing high. This is the most classic internal to external move that you can get, right? This is the literal reason why I use this as my way of creating a bias. All we needed to do was look at this area as an area of support to send price higher. That's it. There's nothing more to it. Don't make it any more complicated than that. Okay? When price is getting supported by a bullish FEG, when price is getting supported by a swing low, specifically on the daily time frame, those are the times I want to be bullish. When price is getting rejected from a swing high, when price is getting rejected from a daily bearish fair value gap, those are times where I want to be bearish. That's it. There's nothing more to it. So, price was getting supported by a bullish FEG. Therefore, I was bullish today, looking for higher prices. Okay, we've now completed number 1 and number 2. Let's move on to number 3. Now we need a bullish key level with bullish SMT because we are bullish from the daily time frame. All right, let's take a look. Let's take a look. Well, what do we see here? What do we see here? At New York Open, London has not swept. Excuse me. NQ has not swept London Open. What am I saying? NQ has not swept London lows. Okay. ES did sweep London lows. So, bullish SMT at a key level. What do we do then? We then go down to a lower time frame to look for any form of change in the state of delivery. All right, so this is the low that created the SMT right here. Where was London? I think it was this one. Yep. Okay, here we go. Ready? Here's the low that created the bullish SMT. Therefore, if price went below this low, then the entire idea is wrong, right? Because all of the logic from this trade comes from number 1, number 2, and number 3. That is what the trade is based off of. That is why the trade is taken. 1, New York Open, bias. I want to be on the same side as the higher time frame order flow. Key level, London low. SMT, yes, we have bullish SMT against ES. These are the reasons why the trade is actually taken, right? This is what creates the conviction to actually click the button, right? This is the why, and then the how is you having a risk limit, whether that is a certain dollar amount or a certain amount of trades. However you make your risk limit, this is now the how you get into the trade. How you get into the trade is your risk limit and your entry function. And in my opinion, the entry function is the least important concept out of all of them. Whether you use a divergence, whether you use an inversion, whether you use an EMA, whether you use a VWAP, whether you use a change in the state of delivery, I don't care. Trend lines, price action patterns, I don't care, because that doesn't matter. What does matter is the logic that you provide to your decision making. That's what creates the probabilities. So the probabilities from this trade are New York Open, bullish bias because of the bullish daily FEG. Key level, London low, bullish SMT at London low. Those are the actual probabilities. So once 1, 2, and 3 are confirmed, then go to number 4. And here's number 4, right here. Bullish, change in the state of delivery. Ready? Swing low, swing high, new low, new high, right? Same pattern that we trade every time. We got in at the bullish change in state delivery. Okay. And then we run higher. This is just textbook. Day in and day out. It's the same thing. Over and over and over again. So, pure gold, nearly, what is this, 44 to fit over 100 points. Insane. Over 100 points on one contract of NQ. Over $2,000. And 945 to 1007. Holy cow, chat. I don't, truthfully, I don't know if there's another career out there that is going to give you $2,000 in the matter of 22 minutes. Truthfully, if you guys have a career for me, please let me know. If it provides that type of return, then that I'm interested in it. So if you have a career like that, let me know. But in my opinion, trading is one of those only careers that can do that. And that's why I brought it up. That's why I brought it up. Because once you obtain this skill, then you have an ability to create a source of income. And that's what we're all here for. So I truthfully love trading. And here's why, right here. Making $2,000 in the matter of 22 minutes this morning. So, quick little top-down analysis about today's trade. This was $1,000 of risk for $2,200 of a reward. So, it looked like this right here. Stop was at the low that created the SMT. Entry was 444, right? 444. Okay, take profit was up here. This was $1,000 to make $2,200. So let's get this over here. 444 to 557. 557. Where's that? There it is. All right, there you go. That's what the trade was right there. I got in on this candle, 444. All right, there's the actual trade. Now, if you have any questions about that, feel free to throw it in chat. I am going to go over a couple more things before we move on to the next portion of the segment. All this was New York open, bullish bias. Key level was London low, bullish SMT at London low. That's all it was. All right. So now the next thing that I want to bring up is this right here. Ready? Next thing that I want to bring up is this right here. I have a question for you all. Ready? You hop into the long right here. After hopping into the long, you go plus $1,800 into the profit. Right? You entered long here. It goes higher. You're plus $1,800. Now, here's my question. And I'm asking you guys and girls. When you're plus $1,800 into the profit, do you move your stop loss to break even? Yes or no? That's option number one. So type number one if you're the individual that moves to break even. Type two if you're the individual that leaves your stop loss in the original location, just holds the position until you obtain your objective, right? Whether that's a risk to reward whether that's a technical analysis, whether that's a time-based decision, right? Everybody knows that I look for a 1 to 2 risk to reward. So that would explain my actions here. I did not take profit on the initial move up, plus $1,800. I was looking for 2R. I was risking $1,000. I was looking for $2,000 in return, 1 to 2 risk to reward. But then price comes smashing lower, goes all the way below my entry location and nearly takes me out. So you go from plus $1,800 to minus $700. Okay, so thank you for answering the question. I'm going to go over that in 2 seconds, but now here comes my second question. When you go from plus $1,800 to then minus $700, do you become too fearful? Do you tilt? Do you go, oh, coulda, woulda, shoulda. I knew I should have taken profit. Why didn't I do that? Right? I don't know what I'm doing. Screw this. Now I'm minus $700 into the red and trading stupid. Right? Why in the world didn't I take profit? Who is that? Who is that person in chat? Is that you? Are you that person? Are you that person? Because here's what I have for you, okay? Originally, I told you that all of the logic was based upon this, right? The key level that had SMT. Therefore, you're still not wrong, right? I understand that you're minus $700, but your level of invalidation never hit. Price told you that we're still playing out. Give me room to breathe. Let me work, right? Who cares that you're in drawdown is what I'm trying to say. Can you stick to the process, or are you going to be so emotionally driven that now you're pissed off, now you're tilting, now you're doing something you shouldn't do, even though price never invalidated your idea? My entire idea is based off of New York Open, bullish bias, key level with SMT. Well, guess what? The key level with SMT has not been taken out. So the idea is still valid. Well, if you didn't get scared out of your position, here you go, plus 2R, right? But what it's going to take for you to actually get to that plus 2R is up here, is the emotional intelligence, the mental intelligence. Can you control your mind during the time of? Can you control your feelings during the time of? Or do you just get too scared and you close the position because you're now too scared to hold the position somehow? For real, I'm being serious. This is everything that happened this morning. This is what you deal with as a trader. And unless we talk through these scenarios and figure out how to make it past these obstacles, then we're going to keep getting taken out at break even. When in reality, this is a winner. Your idea was never invalidated, and we did go higher. Right? So the result of these original probabilities are plus 2R. But you wouldn't have ever made it to plus 2R if you were too scared, if you were too greedy, if you were too fearful, if you were too impulsive. That's the obstacle right there, is you. You're the obstacle. Getting past your emotions, executing with discipline, and following the process instead of being emotionally charged. Can you do that? Yes or no? Can you do that? Because if I was too scared to hold on to this position, I would have never made it to 2R, because that felt horrible. Don't get me wrong, like, I'm human too. Watching something go from plus 1800 to then minus 700, yeah, you feel horrible during the time up. I'm no different. I'm just like all of you guys. But at least I chose to stick to the process. I left the stop loss where it was. I never moved it. And then when the objective was completed, we closed the position. Seriously. I couldn't be more serious with you guys here, because this is what it truly took to even get the plus 100 points. So can you do that? Can you handle your emotions? Can you stick to your process? Can you adhere to your risk management strategies? Or are you going to be deterred by these price fluctuations? And there's a lot of them, because NQ is, man, it's volatile. This is not the Biden era anymore, okay? Trump came into office and we get volatility. You're going to have to deal with, look, ready? You're going to have to deal with, what is this? Nearly, so 250 point range down into a 400 point range up. Like, look how volatile this is, right? You're going to have to deal with very large price fluctuations. If you have stop losses of, 5 points or 10 points, you better be real quick with your, clicking all the buttons, because these candles alone are usually like 50-point candles, right? You're just going to get taken out in one candle. How many points is this? 482 all the way down to 421. This is a 60-point 1 minute candle. I'm not really sure how you have like 5-point stop losses, to be honest. Mine was a 50-point stop loss. All right, so enough of me rambling now. Let me turn it over to you all. Before we get into current price action and how to deal with this PM session and what to look forward to, I'm going to hop back over to chat. Sorry if I missed your questions. I wanted to get a full top-down review of this position done first. If you have any questions about it, feel free to throw it in chat. Sorry if I missed it the first time. I wanted to focus on the entire top-down analysis before I, veered off with some Q&A. So if I miss your question, throw it in the chat. Let's go over it. If there are no questions about this morning's position, we'll hop into PM session and what to expect now. All right. Ash, is rapid 25K good? It depends on if you like intraday trailing unrealized drawdown. This account right here, this is my live account. This has end of day drawdown. Okay, so there's a huge difference. You would not have been able to hold on to this position if you had intraday unrealized trailing drawdown, because you went plus 1800 and then minus 700. So the intraday would have taken you out. So in my opinion, I choose end of day. What is SMT? It's just another word for a divergence. It's another word for crack and correlation. When two correlated assets are doing something different at the same time, that is a divergence. That is a SMT. Those two words mean the same thing. So take a look at this real quick. This is bullish SMT, a bullish divergence, whichever one you want to call it is completely fine. Right? So when I'm bullish, I'm analyzing the lows, because when I'm bullish, I want to long from the lows and bring it all the way up to the highs. So when I'm bullish, I'm looking at the lows. And what I'm looking at is this right here. Notice how, let's say this one is NQ and this one is ES. Notice how on NQ ran below the low, this initial low right here. Notice how on ES did not run below the low. This is a divergence. This is two correlated assets doing something different at the same time. That shows you when the market has taken liquidity, or it shows you strength or weakness in the marketplace. Okay, so in this scenario, ES would be the stronger pair because it made the higher low and started moving in the intended direction first. That's why it's the stronger pair. So the pair with SMT that does the higher low, that's the stronger pair. And then obviously vice versa for the bearish scenario. In the bearish scenario, you do the same thing where you're analyzing the highs, and the pair that makes a lower high is the weaker pair, says SMT. All right, so that's a quick little definition of a divergence. A divergence is what I use to get into these trades. It's just a divergence. Ash, why did you enter long before the change in the state of delivery? I disagree with that statement. I entered the long during the change in the state of delivery. A lot of people keep asking me this question, and here it is right here. People wait for a candle closure above the change in the state of delivery. That's great. That's completely fine. But that is a confirmation. So please understand the difference between a confirmation and the concept itself. Okay, the concept itself of a change in the state of delivery is the very first moment in time the trend changes, not when the candle closes above the change in the state of delivery. There's a difference there. The candle closure is a confirmation. The actual concept occurs when price goes above this line, right? So this was the bullish change in the state of delivery right here during this candle. No, that candle didn't give you confirmation because it didn't close above it, but it is still a change in the state of delivery. You tell me, did I catch the low? Yes or no? Did I catch a long at the location that the market turned around? Right? Did the trend change where I bought it? Yes or no? This is the lowest low of New York AM session. Price never went any lower than that. So you tell me, did I catch the change in the state of delivery? I would say I did. That's for sure. Be honest, you were impatient? Nope. I disagree with that. I fully disagree with that. There was no impatience here. Okay, listen, the entire idea is based upon this right here. Every single one of these were confirmed before I got into the trade. So I completed my process and all of the justifications to my actions and then took a trade. In my opinion, a winning day is when you follow all of your rules to the best of your ability. A losing day is when you break your rules. That's when you know if you're doing something right or wrong. The result of a trade does not determine whether you followed your process or not. So you can't say you're right when you have winning trades and you're wrong when you have losing trades. No, you could complete your process and still get a winner or a loser. And that's why being process driven is the key there. You're correct when you complete your process. You are incorrect when you do not follow your process. The results are completely a byproduct. That doesn't determine whether you did something right or wrong. Without a candle closure is a gamble. If you're day trading, you're gambling. If you're risking money on an unknown result, what would you call that? Candle closure or no candle closure? inversions, trend lines, change in the state of delivery, view ops. I don't care any entry function. If you are trading, if you are risking money on an unknown result, that's what gambling is. Not the fact of whether there's a candle closure above here or not. Nah. Nope. So if you risk money on an unknown result, that's what a gamble is. Why did you open the trade there? All right, I guess we're gonna do this again. All right, maybe they just walked in the door now. We'll go over it again. The reason why I got into the trade is right here. The reason why, it is because New York open. It is because of the bullish bias from the daily time frame. It is because London low. It is because of the SMT that happened at London low. These are the reasons why I took the trade. All right, so let's just do that one more time. Maybe they missed it. Let's still go over it. But we did just go over this. Here's the reason why. Ready? Time, New York open. So at New York open, I started analyzing the daily time frame to get a bias. My bias was bullish because price found support at a bullish fair value gap. When price finds support at a bullish fair value gap, that makes me bullish and I aim for higher prices. So I just completed number 1 and number 2. Time, New York open, bias bullish. Okay, key level, London low. London low. Notice London low is never swept by NQ. Notice ES did sweep London low. Bullish SMT at a key level. Okay, so I've just completed number 1, number 2, and number 3. This is what creates the logic for me to have conviction to take a trade. I just explained to you why I took the trade. Those are the justifications to taking the trade. That is why I was accepting of spending $1,000 because $1,000 is my daily limit. That is what I've set for my risk management. Okay. Therefore, once I had all of these things confirmed, I then went down to a lower time frame, the 1-minute time frame, the one that we're currently on, and I got long at a bullish change in the state of delivery. When I got long, I was willing to risk $1,000 to make $2,000. 1 to 2 risk to reward. All right. That is from top down, from start to finish. That is everything right there. There's nothing more to it. Those are the reasons why and how, the logic behind the trade. What's the bias for today? Bullish. The bulls are out, baby. Bullish. How long does the live stream last? Until 2:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So what is that? We got another 20 minutes on here. So we got another 20 minutes before we wrap it up. But then we do have, or we're doing Asia today, right? Team? Trevor, Nate, we're doing Asia today, right? Perfect. Yes, we are. Okay. So live stream ends at 2:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Then Asia at 8 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. All right. So definitely stick around for SK's segment as well. That'll be later on during the evening, but today's live stream ends at 2:30 p.m. Then we have a break until 8 p.m. and SK is there during the Asia segment. Is there any key level for this long trade? Yes, London low. London low. London. Them London boys. The London squad. Well, yes, I should have specified. The idea you're going for is a gamble. All right, so what would not be a gamble? When it comes to day trading, what would you consider is not a gamble? Like if this is what a gamble is right here, then what's not a gamble? What would you consider not a gamble? Because I can definitively tell you that there are no guarantees in this market. Okay. If you think that you have some form of certainty, I'm sorry to tell you, but there are zero guarantees in this market. Price can and will do whatever it wants whenever it wants to. There's no such thing as a 100% win rate. So if you are risking money on an unknown result, in my opinion, that's a gamble. I would say any strategy is a gamble. Any day trade is a gamble. Any of them. Anytime you click the buy button or the sell button, it's a gamble. Plain and simple. I mean, how do you risk money without gambling? I would love to know that. I mean... Walking outside is eating food is a gamble. Driving a car is a gamble. What? It's much more dangerous to drive a car than it is to punt some longs on NQ. That's for sure. Going to bed is a gamble. Yeah, who knows if we're going to wake up? Life is a gamble. Ooh, so did we just get some giveaway winners? I see some congrats in the chat. Some form winners. Okay. Another day, another form. Let's go. Let's go. Like, yes, trading in its entirety is a gamble. Yeah, that's all it is. That's all I'm trying to point at. Confluences and confirmations lead to a higher percentage of correctness. So I did have confluences and confirmations. I had those things. Trading an idea that's predicated on a closure introduces more luck. That part is incorrect. You do not need a candle closure for this to be a change in the state of delivery. The moment in time price goes above this line, it is a change in the state of delivery. The candle closure does not change that. When price goes above this line, that's a change in the state of delivery. The candle closure is an additional confirmation to an already existing idea, which is the change in the state of delivery. But either way, even if we want to, go back and forth on that, it doesn't really matter because I did have confluences and confirmations, which are these right here. Time, New York Open. Bias from the daily chart, key level with SMT. These are my confluences. These are my confirmations. So I did execute a specific defined process. So whether that's a gamble or not, we risked $1,000 to make 2,000. That's the end result. That is what happened today. We risked money, we made money. All right. Still got 15 more minutes though. Let's take a look. Let's see where we're at. We didn't get into what to expect now and current price action. Let's do that right now. Let's do that right now. All right. First things first is I do believe we're heading to all-time high. If I had an overall direction, it looks like this bullish FEG just provided support for higher prices. Additionally, we have equal highs to aim at. And I've said this a million times. I'll continue to keep saying it. Equal highs or equal lows are what one of your best draws on liquidity. So this is where I'm targeting new all-time highs on both NQ and ES. It's the same exact information over here, right? We just got supported from a bullish FEG. We have equal highs resting above. All right, so I am looking for higher prices, but this is where we need to understand how to execute. In my opinion, yes, I want to see higher prices. No, I'm not willing to long here. Very simply put, price needs to be at a key level to look for an entry function. When I'm bullish, I look at bullish FEGs and swing lows as key levels for an entry function. So we have a swing low in here. We have a bullish FEG in here. We have another swing low here, right? So for the rest of today's session, heading into tomorrow, this is what I'm looking for, what to expect moving forward. I would like to see some kind of pullback into these key levels before continuing to head higher. All right. I'm going to remain bullish. I'm not looking to short, but I'm not willing to long from where price is currently. I'd rather let it pull back and then look for the continuation. What about you guys? What about you guys? Whoops, wrong button. What about you guys? Type a 1 in chat if you're looking for higher prices to end the week. Type a 2 in chat if you're looking for lower prices to end the week. Where do you think we're heading for the rest of the day / the end of the week? 1 or 2? 1 or 2? What do you guys think? Were your parents teachers? No, they weren't. No, they weren't. Neither one of them. Couple 1s. There's a 2 in there as well. Okay. All right. I am looking for higher prices. I'm not willing to engage with that right now. I do need some kind of pullback first. I am looking for higher prices, so my answer is number 1, but this is what I'm doing right here. I would like to see some kind of pullback first, then, right, create some kind of SMT here or at any one of the key levels, some kind of pullback into a key level that has SMT to then look for a continuation. So my answer would be number 1, but we need some kind of pullback first. Excuse me. We got another 10 minutes on the session, so feel free to throw any questions or information in the chat. While you're doing that, if you're finding any of this information valuable, any of these giveaways valuable, any of the special guests that we have on the show, any of the hosts that continue to show up and provide value every single day, if you're seeing any value in that, in the community, being around other like-minded professionals, smash the like button, smash the sub button, turn the notifications on. We've been going live for more than a year at this point. We started the live stream back in, what was that, April of last year. So talk about consistency. Man, we've been, all of the hosts been showing up for more than a year. Incredible stuff. Absolutely incredible stuff. So last 10 minutes on here before we wrap it up. Like I said, we're closing it up at 2:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Then the Asia segment will start there at 8 p.m. Ash, do you live stream on your channel? Yes, I do. So right here, you just find me at Ash Trades across all social media. You can also check the description of this video. You'll see my links there as well. But yes, spend my days live streaming, trading the market, gambling the market. Sorry, that little sarcasm there. Little comedy, little gambling. Man, the low of New York AM, though, is just insane. The low of New York AM. I mean, that's just crazy. 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 What's your favorite sport to watch? Probably hockey, to be honest. Hockey or football? American football, that is, by the way. Not soccer. Not soccer. Real football. Don't blame me for that one. Real football. The Stanley Cup just finished. I couldn't be any happier that North Carolina won the championship. So, W, North Carolina. What about baseball? Baseball puts me to sleep. I hate to say it, but that is, I mean, the slowest sport. You get something happening every 20 minutes, maybe. Like, it just takes forever. It's just so slow. There's no contact. There's no action. Like hockey, they're going the entire time. They're smashing each other. They're taking shots. Like, hockey is intense. Hockey is tough and intense. So, baseball is not it. Probably, if there was a list, I'd probably go hockey, football, and then basketball. I'd probably put basketball third because that's like really quick moving too. Come play wiffle ball? I actually played wiffle ball growing up. So I might be able to get you there, to be honest. I could swing the bat. Same thing with ping pong. Chat. Yes, I will literally throw this bounty at you guys right now. I don't know if anybody plays ping pong here, but I will smoke every single one of you in ping pong. I'll tell you that right now. No jokes. No jokes. If somebody, all right, let's do a meetup, all right? If somebody beats me in a game of ping pong, you get a free account. For real, I will straight up skunk all of you guys. I'm disgusting at ping pong. I'm telling you. Yes, you will get skunked by a 30-year-old. Yes, your unk is going to make you sit under the table because you're going to get skunked. Yes. You heard it here first. Clip it and then bring it to the meetup so that I can skunk you in real life. No joke. I grew up on a ping pong table, so no joke. I want a pro account. Okay, pro account is yours if you beat me in ping pong. I'm telling you, you don't want it. Oh, of course. You got to use the soft paddle. If you're one of the people that use the hard paddle, then you might as well not even play. Let me just face somebody else. If you're using the hard paddles, what are you, stuck in 1900? I'm telling you, there's no joke there. Deal. When and where? Right now. Let's get the ping pong table out right now. That's how serious I am. I don't need to warm up. We'll hop on there right now. I'm telling you. Like, literally no exaggeration. I actually had a ping pong table in my room. I lived on the first floor of the house, and there was enough room on the first floor to have a ping pong table in there. I actually grew up on a ping pong table. Do you like F1? To be honest, I'm not into the races. I hate to say it, but I'm not into the races. Have a good night, Lakith. Thanks for showing up once again. Hopefully you have a great evening. Mark my words. First MFFU meetup, the ping pong table will be right in the middle of the floor. It will be on stage. We'll put it on the stage so everybody could watch. All righty, chat. Last couple minutes here. We got 2 more minutes, and then we're going to wrap it up. Do you want to take a moment to say thank you to everybody? I truly appreciate everybody that keeps showing up every single day. Listen, I know we get to have some fun. I know we get to watch some trades. I know that we get to review some trades. Sometimes we're talking fundamental. Sometimes we're talking technical. No matter what the conversation is, I greatly appreciate that everybody keeps showing up and continues to keep getting 1% better every single day. And that's what I want to leave you all off with here. Let's just remember that the only person that you need to get better than is yourself. You should strive to get 1% better than your prior self every single day. Okay, there is no comparison here. We are all here to work and learn and show up every single day to get better at the skill that we're learning. We can all do that together by sharing experiences, sharing perspectives, going over information, doing giveaways, going over trades, analyzing this information, and talking out those questions. Let's keep asking those questions. Let's keep showing up. Let's keep documenting. Let's keep collecting that data every single day. Every single day, we are building more conviction in our business by showing up and collecting that data. All right? So let's work together. Yes. Let's continue to keep showing up, getting 1% better every single day. Okay? Also, just want to take a quick second and say thank you to everybody else that doesn't get mentioned enough. All of the people on the back end that make this such a seamless process. Thank you, Aaron. Thank you, Trevor. Thank you, Nate. Thank you, Magnus. Thank you, Abhishek. Anybody that doesn't get mentioned, you hold so much value. Thank you for making this such a great community and bringing everybody together. And lastly, but not least, the entire team. Thank you to all the hosts who just relentlessly work every single week. It is so great to be around other like-minded professionals who just keep working. So thank you, thank you, thank you. We're going to go ahead and wrap it up. Thank you for your time today. I greatly appreciate every single one of you. Come check out the Asia segment. Okay, go talk to SK. Let's see what happens during Asia. But until then, I hope you all have a great day, and we will see you on the next live stream. Have a good day, chat.